Yo, hey Orbital. I'm chilling, bro. How you doing? I saw that you've been casting. You put that post up on how much you've cast this last 48 hours. That is insane, buddy. Yeah, just finishing setting up some stuff before I like switch to the other screen. But I'll switch soon. You love it. So many different games. I don't know how you do it, buddy. I like die just trying to track League half the time. It's your life, yeah. True, true. Hey, if you can, I mean, that's the dream, right? Full-time casting, and it pays your bills. Okay, there we go. I think it's set up. Let's see. On live stream, okay. Yes, my model is tracking properly. My model was like freaking out earlier, so I was trying to get it fixed. I had to like restart stuff. But that's fine. You want to do the 1-3 games from Swiss yesterday. Adam doesn't have them done, so you figure you do them real quick before your cast tonight. Bro, watch your voice, man. I don't know how you do so much without frying your voice. Even just doing this right now, the Academy co-streams, my voice is like a little bit rougher enough to be kind of careful. So I've been resting like on as much as I can on Thursday, Fridays. And I'm a color. You're a play-by-play, man. You're like way more hardcore than I am. Yeah. It's about a minute and a half to go. Yeah, so we are on to week 4 now of Academy. Just finished the Super Week. Kate Stars had a promotion in the mid lane. Well, Liko went up last week, but Takui is taking a mental health break, so he's not playing this week. So they've got a new mid laner. And then, who's the other one? Furia. Furia promoted their top jungle. Shino, I think it's pronounced. Zyno, Shino, and Steiner had a pretty good first week. Didn't win, but it was still pretty good. They took Pain all the way, which was surprising. You have a nightly and daily routine you go through, and on days you don't cast, you have strengthening stuff, such as general stuff. You already learned more League, though. Hey, let's go. Yeah, I should probably learn more like about vocal stuff. I haven't really needed it up to this point, so I've really been slacking on that front. But yeah, if you know any good vocal warm-ups or practice I should be doing, please do let me know so that yeah, I can take care of my voice a bit better. So I've just been using like hot tea on as much as possible, just to like soothe the voice, and then try not to talk too much on my days off. Yeah, honestly, after this last weekend of CBLOL, I almost feel like CBLOL Academy has like more to learn in a way, or easier to break down, because CBLOL Academy this weekend felt this weekend felt super screwy. Like I felt like Academy made more sense last week, ironically. And then NACL was pretty good to watch if you want to watch like good macro from winning teams. But aside from the FlyQuest Challengers Maryville games, they were kind of one-sided. So you can learn a lot about like how a winning team should play macro, but yeah, not a lot of even states. So yeah. Basic stuff, vocal exercises, sing songs between pop and rap to keep your pacing well. Ooh, that's an interesting way to do it. Huh. Yeah, I guess that would make a lot of sense, because I mean, literally, that's why people call Captain Flowers Rap God, right? You also drink lots of water, watch food you eat in general, a salt water gargle, and hot tea and water at night after broadcast. Yeah. Oh, really? Why not hot tea or salt water gargle? I thought those sounded smart to me. I don't know. There's sometimes you don't. I hate it most when people are just like, oh, don't do something, and then they don't tell you why, and then it's like, source, just trust me, bro. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're still just kicking around. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes, like, I feel like I can do. I remember when we first started, like, we did some crazy long casts, like the entire day, literally the entire day. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm getting old. I feel like I shouldn't be doing those as much anymore. Same with advice and casting. Like 30% of the advice I get. Yeah, I do think whenever you get advice for casting, like I very much welcome advice, but I also think you do have to listen through it and decide what works for you, because sometimes what somebody recommends for you themselves might not work for you. So it's kind of hard to like parse what you should and shouldn't take, like advice wise. Pain versus INTZ. This one's gonna look like a stomp. I mean, Pain's top of the standings right now, literally tied first with Kate Stars after their match against the Kui roster. INTZ is still struggling to pick up their first win, so this is like opposite ends of the spectrum pretty much. And in CBLOL Academy, I don't think the gap I think can be pretty wide in Academy between teams. So for INTZA, same issue as before. We're still looking for a carry. I will say I did like their draft a lot better last time. They weren't blinding Alawi for Lilith, which I think is a huge improvement. And yeah, Rosa hasn't been that carry for me that Tara has also not been. So I don't know who they're starting today. We'll see. Either way, just need them to like step up and carry. Pain's just really strong across the board. They've got really good late games as well. I would like to see them clean up the early game a little bit more, but they're not bad in the early game. They've just been amazing at the late game. Maybe zoning teach you something. Yeah, when we get into the game and the drafts and stuff, I guess. Maybe zoning in and out as you finish off work. Yeah, no, for sure, man. 100%. Just do what you need to do. Yeah, these are just chill streams where we just follow CBLOL Academy. Yeah, especially on CBLOL, we've been saying that this is the year of the rookie. Where we've had really good rookies coming up from CBLOL Academy. Even the mid-split promotions of Shino and Steiner, like both of them did well. So, I mean, it shows that the quality in CBLOL Academy is pretty good, and they are able to transition quite well into CBLOL as well. So, yeah, I do these coach streams because I really want to watch and make sure that I know all these up-and-coming rookies, especially since we are seeing so many of them come up, and have a good idea of like how they're going to be able to perform and whatnot. I've been saying this the last week as well during the Super Week. I'm also putting a bit of emphasis on just trying to compare them to the NACL teams a little bit, in my mind at least, just to kind of see where I think like the teams rank, or like where they'd stack up. And as of right now, I don't know, man. I think NACL top 2 teams are probably still a cut above CBLOL Academy's top teams, but I think CBLOL Academy's bottom teams might actually be able to. Would I say the bottom teams? Okay. Like, I think quite a few of the CBLOL Academy teams would be able to contend with the average of the NACL. But the top end of NACL is a little bit higher. And I think a lot of that is coming down to both individual skill expression from the players, but also a stronger understanding of macro. Whoops, my phone is not on silent. Yeah, watching the FlyQuest Challengers Maryville game, their macro was clean. And really fast. Like there are times where even I'm like having to think twice with why they're doing things, because they are like a step ahead of the game right now. But those 2 teams are like a cut above. Supernova 3rd in NACL right now. A bit hard to see because most teams don't push Supernova hard enough to actually have to macro super clean. So that's why I'm hesitating. I don't know if I'd say it's a lower floor because INTZ Academy exists right now. And again, like they just haven't shown me anything from INTZ Academy, so I feel like they are not amazing. And like when I look at the floor of NACL, it's like Disguised Gaming and Lit. And actually INTZ Academy in a way like is rather comparable to Lit in terms of the way they like to play. But like Dragoon and Lilith are both sort of off-champion players. Like they both play Alawi. They're both blind their champions if they think they can kind of pull it off. You know, they have standout players, but I think Lit has a bit more proactivity, whereas INTZ Academy has not shown me any proactivity, which is my biggest problem right now with this squad. That said, I think Tropa and Liberty Academy might actually be able to take Lit. That's why I'm like hesitating to say that the skill floor is lower in ACL. I think the bottom end is comparable. Yeah. What will be also kind of interesting is because when the tier 2 Americas tournament's supposed to be after summer split or after split 2. So there's still a lot of changes to come through. There's going to be the summer promotion tournament for NACL. And given what I've been hearing and seeing of Winthrop, I wouldn't be surprised if they promote and let drops. And I think Winthrop's actually pretty good. Okay, let's get to drafts. First of all, Tara's back instead of Rosa. Yeah, I kind of suspected they might do this since Rosa really didn't pan out. I won't say Rosa was bad or anything. I'm not high on either Rosa or Tara right now. Neither of them have really stepped up in my opinion. So I think they're interchangeable. I love how Lilith is drawing these allowing, but it is what it is, I guess. And then they're building out Tara a little bit. Vera Smolder, Karma Maokai Ash. Okay, solid bands coming through. Still leaves the Senna open, the Rumble open. We see Senna Ornn. So this is a bot lane duo. More than I think we see Ornn as a potential flex, but more often than not, when you see the Senna, it's going to go support anyways. And then we're answering that with Ziggs Nautilus. Okay, this is an interesting one. I like the Ziggs. Ziggs is often used as a super long range answer to deal with these sort of really annoying champions who get pretty decent range. That's fine. You have good wave clear. You might lose a little bit early till you get some mana. But once you do, you just out sustain, out damage the sustain of Senna. The Nautilus, I am not a fan. I don't pick Nautilus into Ornn. That feels like a matchup. But I guess you're picking this for engage for the team and a setup for the Rumble. So I don't love it, but I also don't hate it because I understand that the thinking behind setup. Knowledge is it's probably the premier engage support still for most people. Okay. I guess, well, also you didn't see the Ornn at this point. The Ornn was counter to the Nautilus. So the Nautilus is also deny away, so we don't see Nautilus Senna, which is something we see. Okay, and then we do this with Azir. That's fine. Preemptive, especially into Ori. And then LeBlanc as an answer to Azir. This is interesting. I think it's okay. Especially if you're doing AD LeBlanc. That's fine. Vi removed. That's just kind of a safe standard jungle remove pick. And then Pain punishes the jungle. I like this idea. And that leaves you tanks plus Viego. And I have not liked the Viego we've been seeing so far in CBLOL and CBLOL Academy. Teams haven't been able to execute it, and it's not bad, especially when you pair it with something like a LeBlanc and a Rumble who can for low health targets. Ziggs as well with poke. It's a good place for the Viego. So we pick this and we go with that. Interesting. I thought we were playing with fire by locking the Rumble R5. Pain could have taken it. I think a Rumble right here would have been great. But I guess they wanted a bit more physical damage because Senna takes some time to scale. So overall, I think are decent. Pretty solid. Overall, I hate anything more than 2 AP. Even 2 AP makes you sad. Yeah, it's probably AD LeBlanc. I sincerely doubt they'd run an AP LeBlanc here. AP LeBlanc into Azir is kind of complicated in a way as well. Because we actually used to see a lot of control mages just run Azir into LeBlanc, not as a counter, but as a handshake. If you run AP LeBlanc, the shield from Azir plus, magic resist boots often is enough to get you through the laning phase, and you'll do more than AP LeBlanc later in fights. AD LeBlanc's a little bit different because she can kite around a lot better and sustain through these fights. Especially early on, a lot of Azir's damage is based on his Sand Soldiers basically getting in range to fight somebody. So if you can reposition around the Sand Soldier and just kind of like avoid that range for the Sand Soldier, you can beat the Azir. And that's how like matchup. Stick art. Yeah. So, pretty even draft. Yeah, Pain's just really standard front to back. I think they understand their win cons very, very well. You've got tanky champions. My only concern a little bit is they've got good engage. I mean, should be fine. They just don't have like a ton of like hard on-demand PO for Senna, but I think it's still pretty good. Overall, I'd say give them a 4 again. I think Pain has just been really solid on draft. I almost want to give them a 5, but I understand that's my own bias, and I think that they need to... Like 5 to me is like a Thanos draft, and I'm not seeing it. This is a good draft. I'm going to give it a 3.5 because while I think the draft is good, I have my reservations about the Viego, as I've mentioned. And to me, if you can't execute a draft that you've drafted, then you probably shouldn't have drafted that draft. And this is not the easiest to execute composition, so. Yo, a Millenite completed by us. I'm trying not to, man. Not for pain. I'm trying not to, but this is a good comp. I held myself back from giving it a 5. Yeah, I like the NTC draft. I really do. But this is a very high skill level composition in that you have to execute it right or you're absolutely going to get stomped. So, as much as I like it, I am not going to give it a full on 4 yet because I don't have trust that INTZ can actually execute it. Way too much AP? Yo, Dark Knight. Good to see you too. I mean, assuming that's an AD LeBlanc, that's only 2 AP comp on INTZ. And you've got 2 AD as well. If you had 2 tanks, 2 AP, 1 AD, and your AD is not like sustained damage AD like a marksman, yeah, I'm not a huge fan. But it's fine. They've got 2 sources of AD damage. And I was saying in draft, I don't know if you're here, I was talking about it, but like I was saying, you could have picked the Rumble here instead of the Aatrox, because this was R5. The Rumble was R5. And I'd actually have liked the Rumble there, but I think one of the reasons why they didn't do it is because then you're very AP heavy. You've got 2 AP, plus Marvin's going to take some time to skill on this Senna, because it's probably going to be fasting Senna. I think we saw non-fasting Senna in NACL this weekend, like in North America. I was not convinced. I am not a fan of gold farming Senna. I think it's just not worth it. Your support doesn't get the benefit, and if you're just gonna farm as an AD carry, I think there are better AD carries than Senna most of the time to do what you want Senna to do. Was Lawi banned? Yes, it was, Dark Knight. First ban for Pain Gaming. Man, I don't think it's worth the ban, but huge props to Lelis for actually joining those bans. I'm sure in scrims it's popping off. Yeah, and hey, if it works, you know, maybe 2 games is worth sacking in order to get that sort of Alawi ban to open up the draft a little bit for INTZ. Wait, who was Dark Knight? Actually, wait, let me check. Who was our resident Viego expert? It's Arashi, right? I was thinking like, wait, who's gonna die because Dizin is playing this and I have no faith in Dizin building Kraken Slayer? I mean, he's building Conqueror, so he might build Kraken Slayer. Okay, Bochung is kind of full cleared. Dizin is looking for something up here. I like the idea. But okay, good word. Yeah, you see, even right there, I'd actually want Dizin to try and contest Tatu. Because Sejuani wins the shorter trades, but if you look at the lane states right now, probably not. If you look at the lane states, Lelis and Yups are pretty much even right now on this top side, and Yups is actually kind of low on health, whereas Namiru had pressure in onto Cats. So if Dizin's invading, he isolates the 1v1, and Sejuani, you sustain the fight longer, Viego will win out in that extended trade, especially, you know, with Conqueror as well. Oh, this is really bad for Dizin. Yeah, it's a timers they need to play on, right? Like right there. Unfortunately, Dizin lost prio. Okay. Yeah. So a lot of this is just like set up in timings. So like on this invade that Dizin gets, Tatu has to back off because first of all, Viego wins extended trades, and also we were talking about the lane pressure. The problem is a lot of times it's very hard to maintain one-sided lane pressure because it matters with minions. So if you're shoved in, odds are it's going to hit the tower and then bounce back. And then when it bounces back, best you get even pressure, right? Where the waves meet mid lane again. More often than not, what we're going to see is that the wave actually bounces out further back. So now when Dizin pushes for this, first of all, Lilith's based and has no TP. Namiru just used TP to get to this lane, but this wave is about to vanish, so it's about to reset. So now Dizen's got problems. And the other thing about Viego too, he's good at dueling the 1v1, sure, but he's not very tanky. So if he started up a camp, Viego kind of doesn't really want to fight with a camp on top of them, because they will not be able to tank as well as the Sejuani. Yeah, and they don't know Marvin's actually just waiting in the wing, so they just kind of go in here. Oof. Yeah, Pain just have the sort of better numbers or better people to be doing this. INTZ is still very burst based at this point. Dizen was to sustain damage, and Dizen went down first, so that didn't work out well. He just notices Ziggs. Yeah, Ziggs bot lane. I like it into the Senna. I think it's a good pick. Okay, just skipping forward a little bit because they're just resetting. Oh, did they catch Tatu here? They could kill him. Tatu has no flash, though. Oh! Oh, no. Oh, ay, ay, ay. INTZ took too long. Okay, not bad. 2 for 1 for INTZ. That's good. I was worried they would trade like 1 for 1 or 2 for 2. And that's not worth. Both the mid laners are getting so fed right now. Yeah, so Scuttle is not like the other camps. Dizen doesn't care. Dizen will duel you on that. So I think Tatu was kind of just waiting for backup to try and kick that one off, but didn't know they were sat on top of a ward. Well played from INTZ. They're still behind though in gold. Well, I guess of the early first blood, I guess. 1 kill advantage for Pain still. Okay, laning wise, let's say INTZ is winning top, INTZ is winning mid, then they're losing bot. Yeah, so literally this gold difference is just from the kill. Their proactivity that they're trying to do. Yeah, the top side was a little bit of a miss, but they're trying. We take those. Oh, very nice collapse. I think Dizen missed the Empress, not Dizen, Cats missed the Empress Divide as well there. Yeah, and that's one of the things you can do as well with the sort of Ziggs bot lane, is especially once you pick up like Lost Chapter, tier optional, you can just kind of leave Ziggs alone to just wave clear over and over and over again. And the only thing you have to be careful of is a dive from the jungler, a 3-man dive. If not, like a Senna Ornn is really going to struggle to dive this Ziggs right now. The wave clear is just too good. But Painter. Yeah. Very different playstyles, and this is very typical of what we see from Pain Academy, which I really like. They understand the macro game well. Like they're focusing on the dragon stacking, right? Because they like to play for late game anyways. Their comp is kind of a late game comp, so they just keep focusing on dragons. For INTZ, it's not bad that they sack the dragons. They're going for Void Grub stacking instead. My only problem is I think they already lost most of the Void Grubs, so this feels like a consolation prize and not really a win con in and of itself. No place for Ziggs yet. Yeah, and probably with the way INTZ is playing this, they probably won't. Yeah, oh, they only got 4 Grubs. Okay. Not get that many plates because Tara is not looking to push and get turret plates right now. The call seems to be leave Tara alone, gets the roaming out to help Namiru instead, and get Namiru fed, which has kind of worked. I think Namiru is doing really well. Sure, Cats has more kills, but the laning's actually been favoring Namiru a little bit. Many plates unfortunately come through for INTZ. First Grubs he was left alone bot. Yeah. Kind of confused on what Cats tried to do. Yeah, I think Cats was just trying to shuffle. Didn't realize that he was getting collapsed on from all sides, and that's good from INTZ to have denied a lot of the vision prior to that. So I think Cats knew that Still was coming, but didn't realize Dizen was collapsing simultaneously from the other side. He was looking to just kind of get out that way. Yeah, now static shift from Namiru. INTZ has like windows to play around. They just don't have objectives to play around, unfortunately, so they gotta wait a little bit. Yeah, well, okay, so yeah, thinking about your comment, Middle Knight. So Tara was that bot, but Giggs is still there, and that early on, I don't think Tara actually had enough gold or mana to shove that hard into the Ornn. So you might get some chip damage, but as long as Giggs is willing to trade health for your mana, Giggs will be fine. Ziggs is kind of quite weak early on, especially against tanks. Chat seems more delayed today. Uh-oh. Was Ornn Grubs too? Really? Wait, hold up. Are we gonna see a fight? Okay, no, they just clear. Let me just hop back quickly then. This is first Grubs, right? No, this was second Grubs. First Grub was further back. Grubs already been taken by this point. Where did they fight Grubs on spawn? No, first Grubs, Ornn was still down there. Giggs never came up. Yeah, you can see in the minimap. He's just down there, Ziggs showing. This is why I love YouTube. I can always hop back because I have no memory. Yeah. All good, man. I was actually already surprised that Marvin definitely roamed up. Marvin's still both roamed up on that timer. It was a good roam from them. Yeah, it is kind of weird to me though that Giggs is actually up CS in the matchup, considering that there was that long isolated 1v1 situation. Like with Senna there, I can kind of understand why maybe that's the case if the Senna is really good, but yeah. Okay. Drags come at 2:30, Herald in minute 30. Yeah, Namiru has not been able to roam out, unfortunately. The top side gold lead has kind of nullified now with more Mordius picked up from Yups. I think you can start fighting back as an Aatrox. It's still not the easiest lane, but yeah, it's not as one-sided as it was. Bot side Towers in a power trough as well. We're kind of looking for Ceres to actually be fully stacked. So INTZ is in a bit of a rough spot right now. You can see, just from the way Pain is just pressing up, they know they're stronger. It's good for INTZ just not to commit to it. You know, just kind of poke them off and see what you can get. Defend your jungle, that's all you're looking to do. First item market, yeah. That is a build. I mean, it gives you the mana, it gives you the regen, the sustain. So, I don't hate it from Taro. Second grub that he knocked Viego up, maybe. I honestly didn't even pay attention to second grubs because I didn't think it mattered. Pain didn't want to contest it, so kind of is what it is. Let's just wave clearing. This is okay. I was gonna say it's kind of interesting to me that INTZ didn't even want to try and contest this because you have the Rumble, and yeah, actually, I don't really like how the INTZ early game kind of went. And I think a lot of it has to do with that sort of early invade by Dizen, which failed. And because of that, but I do think you needed to kind of camp this top lane a little bit. If you've got a Rumble and that's your winning lane, you punish that lane repeatedly. Or hey, you ganked mid for Namiru, go back down there. Especially as a Viego. And Dizen gets caught again. Okay, this Viego pick's not working. Like, the comp's not bad for it, but they're just falling so far behind. And these are mistakes from INTZ. Like, Pain isn't even... There are games where, like, one team's, like, just outplaying left and right. Oh my goodness! Oh, man! There's a TP coming in. They shouldn't overstay. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Ooh! Second time from Cats. The Emperor's Divide has been a bit off. Okay. It's good. Links, waiting rooms, foods. You might have to wait a while. Kate Stars is later today, I think, right? Like game 3? I'll double check the match schedule after this. Okay, yeah, so INTZ is trying to make things happen. I appreciate that, but it's also screwing them really, really hard, right? Like that whole series of plays was Dizen getting caught out in the jungle. And there are games which sometimes teams win because they're so good. Like a lot of the Kate Stars games, where Kate Stars is the one with the plan and they're executing and pushing the game forward. Then there are games where like the other team is making mistakes. And Pain right now is just sitting back and waiting for INTZ to make mistakes. It didn't work against Kate Stars when they played them. It wasn't just a Takui difference, but it's also like style punishes weaker teams, but will struggle against better teams. Whereas INTZ style right now, they're playing very aggro and almost a little bit recklessly, which if you're the weaker team is actually a very viable strategy and it's probably the way you should be playing. So as rough as it is from INTZ, it's kind of still working. They are still up gold. It's just really rough for one of their big carry conditions, which is Dizen, unfortunately. But he's got time. It's good early, but now you literally give them the go to fight. Yeah. Ziggs Ornn matchup. You don't blame him. Yeah. Yeah. Agreed. And that was why I was like, hesitating on that Rumble help from Lelis. Like I kind of understand the idea, and I think it's because they're on the back foot from what happened with Dizen earlier in the game. But yeah, you can't be giving up too many free things. And for Pain, they're in their comfort zone. They're stacking dragons. They'll happily do that. Yeah, Pain's literally just, I think, waiting and playing for 2-item power spike. It's viable. I just think that better teams will often punish you for trying to do that, and I would love to see teams punish Pain a little bit more for this. And INTZ's trying. Like again, their strategy is not wrong per se. It's just not working in this particular situation. Okay. Youps, probably gonna die here. Oh, they don't have to wave. They have to rotate 4 people down for this dive because they don't have a wave. Oh. Nice try from Yups. Almost. Well executed from INTZ. The problem is this play just took way too long, right? This entire time, Cat's getting free fire into the top lane. You're trading an outer for an inner side lane turret. Not really worth. I mean, it's nice that Namiru is getting fed, though. Cyclist Ward and Static Shiv already completed. Yeah, Namiru's split push is probably the win con for INTZ right now. Like, they've already kind of rotated their win con away from Dizen towards Namiru. Yeah, but this is sort of like that I want to see teams do, punishing sort of if Pain wants to sit back and go for 2 items plus scale, you accelerate the pace of the game by actively doing things, and Namiru's doing just that with his bot side pressure. I'm also, by the way, I'm also super happy Cats did not go Tank Azir. I think Tank Azir is massive bait. Like, it's not bad, and he can still do damage, but the problem is just it's not optimal. Like, if you want to build tanky, just pick a freaking tanky mid laner rather than do that. Like, Azir does so much better when you build him damage. And if you look at tank build, a lot of times once they max out the tank build, they start switching to damage anyways. So why not just go damage from the start? Sorry, need to get that rant out. It's really frustrating watching all the freaking tank Azirs. Pain almost lost because freaking Dinkido had no damage. Yeah. This is not going to go well for INTZ. That was my concern when I already saw this matchup of Nautilus Ziggs into Senna Ornn. Ornn will be further ahead, and that means Nautilus can never engage. So I'm not sure what this bot lane was meant to do. And now we're seeing like sort of the Nautilus out of lane, which is why I thought they drafted it. But this team can't really team fight. You've got to get poked down from Tara and Namiru first. If not, like, Giggs just tanks you up and goes in. Oh, not again. Yeah, right now the team fight is literally unplayable for INTZ without Equalizer. That Equalizer didn't do enough, and so... Yeah, there's just nothing INTZ can do against Pain right now. Like, you just poke them, that's it. If they didn't pick the Ziggs, mid would fall as well. Yeah. I mean, mid did eventually fall, but yes, it would have fallen sooner. And they wouldn't have been able to take these turrets. But they did. Yeah. I like the Ziggs pick. I think it's appropriate. I just don't know. Yeah, the Ziggs pick wasn't the problem. To me, it was more the Nautilus, but at the same time, I'm just thinking, like, what else would you pick here, right? You needed Engage for this team because you wanted a Viego. And this is like an Ashe or a Varus who can initiate the fight for you. Yeah. Okay, Pain just need to pick up this Cloud. And then they can just kind of set up for Baron by pushing up mid, clearing vision. Send Cats to split push top, maybe. But this is what I mean by like liking the CBLOL Academy macro a little bit more. It's very... The teams that are winning, often like you can see their setup, it's very clear how they're approaching the thing. It's not like freaking Liberty or Red Canids in CBLOL where sometimes like I don't know what their macro is. They just kind of group up and fight randomly and it kind of works out. Okay, actually I shouldn't say that because this weekend Red did really well with the Ori Nocturne combo on Sunday. So this Sunday game was clean, but you know, Red up to this point, their macro has been a little bit sloppy. And even a lot of the losing teams, you can still kind of see like what they're trying to do with their composition. A lot of times it's more like just not quite able to execute properly, but the idea is there, which I like. And obviously it's working because all the rookies that go up the split seem to be having a pretty good time of it. Yeah, see, Pain's just, you know, like I said, after you kind of get that dragon, reset, push up mid, then Cat's a split push because he's got teleport, and just get vision down throughout the jungle here. It's perfect. Mid prio, vision, they probably need a ward somewhere up there. Sorry. I just find that really funny that Marvin's just like walking through the jungle like he owns the jungle. And just gets 1v1 by Lilith. Lilith didn't even have to burn Equalizer. I think Marvin forgot that he's fasting setup. Like, maybe if you're a full marksman, you can actually do it, but... Okay, just Aatrox things. It's fine. For Pain, losing Marvin kind of sucks, but it's not the end of the world. You continue setting up anyways. There's no... It just slows you down. It's not like game over or anything. Ooh. Okay, and you just clear vision. I'm surprised he didn't clear that ward, actually. Yeah. It's okay. We just have to remember Marvin's basically a support right now, even though Giggs is actually the support. So Marvin going down there doesn't do anything. One thing to note, Unsealed Spellbook means double smite for the side of Pain. So they should not lose this Baron, no matter. Oh, I love this flank from Yups. We peel off Baron for this? I don't think this is necessary. Okay. Okay. Yeah, for INTZ, this is not like the worst case scenario because Namiru is split pushing the entire time. Like, so if they can stop the Baron, that's actually a win for INTZ right now. Yeah, effectively trading two for turret, which is a worthwhile trade. Or 1 for turret. Still didn't go down there, did she? Trying to remember. Oh. Hello. Doesn't just sold it out Yups. Yo, INTZ is getting small wins. And I guess this is where I was criticizing Pain a little bit for like being a little bit sloppy at times. Like they had the advantages, and I think they are just being a little bit sloppy with this play, right? Like Yups probably overextended a little bit top, thinking that, hey, I'm strong, and then got kited by Dizen, who, by the way, built Kraken Slayer. So, Arashi, wherever you are, there's your Kraken Slayer Viego. Yeah, and then like the whole peeling off Baron. I think when you've got running double smite right there, Baron's like at 4k. Just finish the Baron first before you turn. Equalizer was down from Lelis, so if he tries to stop you, you can kill him anyways just by turning on him. Like you didn't have to overchase for that. Ooh. Yeah, the problem is INTZ's good plays are still isolated picks for the most part, and they're still not getting any objective off of it. So it's good gold, but beyond that, yeah. Okay, Yips is full health in this starts. Damn. Okay. I see why Arashi keeps complaining about people not building Kraken Slayer. That Trinity Force Kraken Slayer did a disgusting amount of damage. Like, Yips didn't even get one full rotation off. Or barely got the full rotation off before dying. Okay, Leandry's completed. We've got the Lightning Jewels as well for Tara. So this poke is actually going to start hurting. Another Leandry's on Lelis. And Namiru and Disney are both kind of online as well. So INTZ is actually not that far behind right now. Ooh, that equalizer hit nothing. Yeah, it's literally at this point just a comp diff between these two teams. Like INTZ is actually not behind in items. They just can't front to back team fight at all with this composition right now. They can if they're ahead, but it's really you need to get the poke down before it happens, and there's just no poke. Quick question: might go comment over Spellbook on Rumble. Is the damage that better than having the TP? It's also which tree you're running, right? Because Arcane Comet's in your sorcery tree, so the sort of runes in sorcery tree are better, whereas Inspiration does nothing for Rumble. Like, you wouldn't even want Biscuit, so maybe you take like the Boots and the Futures Market or something, but it's not. Yeah, it's not great for Rumble, the Inspiration tree. 15. Is there a setting or something I can to reduce the lag? Or if it helps, I can try and like end the stream and restart the stream. I don't know if that would help, but let me just quickly see if I can Google this. You know, after this game, during the break, I'll take a quick look at the Google to see if like then Google if there's anything that can help reduce the stream delay. Okay. Wow. So, oh no, Lelis! Oh, that is so unfortunate. Like right now, I think my biggest problem is this equalizer has never been set up properly. So like Lelis keeps having to burn it early for nothing. I'm just screwing around. Okay. I mean, with the Baron in pocket, they just push in. And again, INTZ's got pretty good wave clear, so the Baron push is not going to be that effective for Pain unless they can actually find a pick or force a fight. I suspect they could force a fight under turret and still win at this point, to be honest. Oh, but better if they can force it outside the base. Ah, rip. And again, Sta actually matters because that setup for Lelis has never come through. The person who can really set up is Sta, so... yeah, they just force in. The moment that pick happens, it's just so easy. Pain just finish it off here. Sorry, the game's already over, so I'm just like testing if I can try and reduce the feed. So on my end, in my OBS, it comes up as soon as I type it, which means that the delay is probably between, is like sending the stream to Twitch, between my OBS and Twitch. I can try and restart my stream. I have low latency mode on already. Yeah, and there's your Lelico. Oh, not Lelico. Lelis, sorry. Wrong L. Lelis Ilawi ban. Ban from Pain as well. Okay, hold on. Let me finish putting this in first. So I'll give this draft a 3 because I like the draft. I really do. But I don't think it's one that INTZ can execute on because it requires coordination. And so far I've not seen that. The laning from INTZ, I like what they tried to do. I thought their map movements were actually good this game. But they literally just could not team fight. And we saw nothing from them. Once again, right? Like the X factor is just not there. I'll give it 1 for the solo kill from Dizen. MVP for me from this game was probably Namiru. I think Namiru actually put pressure when no one else did, so good on them. Dizen probably did more, but Dizen also screwed up more. So it's kind of like, eh. Yeah. And then the other one's Pain. Pain's laning was really solid for the most part. The map movements were okay. Nothing to write home about. Team fight, really, really good. I would have 5 for that. The X factor of this game was not high. I think they were just really solid, but unremarkable. Yeah, and they don't have to be, right? Solid is good enough to win. Who would I give MVP to? It's on Twitch site. There's nothing to do here, sadly. Yeah, it's fine. I'll just try and restart the stream during the break, Dark Knight, and then if it works, if it helps, good. If it doesn't, then yeah, I'm sorry. I guess we have just a bit of lag. Yeah. There's nothing we can do about that at that point. MVP. Who would I give MVP to on? Yeah, I'm not gonna give it to Marvin. Gigs did okay. Cats did okay. I don't even remember Tatu at all this game. Yeah, I don't know who I'd give MVP to this game. Like, it's one of those games where Pain did nothing wrong, but also like no standout player. So I feel like anybody could get it. Like, it's not a bad thing. I just I'll get to Gigs first, and I'll see if the broadcast will change my mind with their MVP vote. Because yeah, like I said, I can kind of see it going whichever way. Yeah, just really super solid game from Pain. And hey, if you don't have to like go wild, sometimes I feel like a lot of those big highlight plays are actually because players kind of screw themselves over and put themselves in bad positions. So yeah, not having like a huge standout moment is not a bad thing by any means. Gigs or Yips? Yeah, I was thinking about Yips as well. He did get 1v1 by Dizen, and that's why I'm thinking more Gigs, because I feel like Gigs did nothing wrong. Tatu also didn't really do anything wrong. I don't remember whose KP was good this game. Me, if I don't know who to give it, I just give it to whoever had the highest kill participation, because it means they were at the right places all at the right times. Yeah, nothing's really changed. In my opinion, of these two teams, I think are starting to get set in stone a little bit. Like, yeah. And I do think that's not a good thing in the case of INTZ, that I'm just kind of stuck thinking of them as just like, oh, a team that hasn't been able to pop off is still just trying. So, we'll see. Okay, let's see. Damage numbers. Okay, Yips did a lot of damage. That's nice. That's fair. I feel like most Pain games are like this, where like somewhere around the 20 to 30 minute mark, they just like They shoot off to the moon. They're such a mid to late game team. They just play for team fights. That's all they do. Matches for today. Kate starts the 4th match today, so I'm sorry, Spoods. It'll be a bit longer before you get to see Linka's I don't know how to pronounce that. Linka's play. But the next match, Kaboom versus Loud, I have high hopes for. This is probably the biggest disparity on paper, so I'm kind of glad we just got it off the way, and then we kind of go for next. You prefer Rosa over Tara? Interesting. I think it to Gigs too. Okay. Yeah, I'm with them for this. I think Gigs did nothing wrong this game. Which is basically a perfect game, right? That's how that works. I don't know. Like Rosa kind of also didn't do anything, so it's just like, eh. And Tara's not like screwing up majorly or anything, so just yeah. I'm okay either way. I'm just waiting for like either of them to show me like that they've got signs of life in them. Yeah, I think this Loud versus Kaboom should be interesting. Kaboom needs to bounce back because they just crapped the bid last week. Last week they lost 2 of the games. Oh no, they won. But it was like sloppy, some of these games from Kaboom. They need to clean themselves up because they should have been top 3, like tied with Pain and K-Stars, but they kept not doing that. So yeah, I need to see them clean their act up a lot in the next game. And I think Loud is a team that can punish them. Okay, so guys, I'm going to quickly end the stream for a quick second. And then give me like 2 seconds and I'll come back on and I'll see if that helps reduce the delay at all. So yeah, you might have to refresh the stream. Okay, I'm back, chat. If y'all want to type and see how long the delay is and try and figure out if that's the problem, feel free. And again, if it's, you know, if the delay doesn't get less, I'm sorry. We just have a bit of a delay today then, I guess. Yeah, so on my end, as soon as I type, I see it on my end. Like, yeah. I'm just praying it's not Twitch. I mean, I know Twitch has some issues sometimes, and also like they have other problems because no monies. Okay, let's take a look at Loud and refresh my memory of this team a little bit. Curdy, I know, stood up for me early on. Since then, yeah, he's been okay. He's been good. I think this is a really solid team. Sant is the one who's been impressing me a little bit more recently in the bot lane. And yeah, I think this is a really, really solid team. I think my personal power rankings. Hold on. Current standings. I should fill that in. Kate Stars is also 1. Loud is what's tied 4th. Flamengo. Where's Flamengo? Oh, I'm blind. 7th. Luxu 4th. Chopa is 10th. Furia is 7th. Red is tied 4th. Los Grandes is tied 7th. Liberty INTZ is 12th. Okay. Yeah, I think Loud is like right outside the top 3 for me. So I think it definitely can contest the top 3, especially if they make mistakes. I think it's really hard against Kate Stars and Pain specifically because Kate Stars doesn't give you the space to capitalize on anything. And Pain plays slow so that they just kind of go for scaling. And I don't think Loud can match them late. But Kaboom can Kaboom at any time. So I think there is a chance for Loud to punish Kaboom. However, I say that remembering that their last game they played was against Red Academy where they lost, and they lost in a horrific way where like they just didn't seem to do anything. And could not really execute the Orianna Nocturne combination too well. So their last game was rough. I'm hoping they bounce back this game. And yeah, no changes to the roster. I might be a little bit low on Red Academy. I didn't think this roster was that good, but they are. But Pico's been waking up on that roster, so that's been good. There's a cute photo on Twitter of Kaboom going out, the Kaboom Academy roster going out for dinner together. That was cute, but I also hope that it increases their teamwork and not by throwing. Batao not on Garen. I am so happy. We saw Robo on Garen, and he single-handedly threw that game for Loud in CBLOL last weekend, this weekend. So you know what? I'm just done with Garen. So super happy Batao's not in that. I think Gwen's a much better pick. We see, okay, bot lane focus bans, very typical. Okay, Senna has made it back onto the list. Good, solid. And then we're seeing Varus first pick. Nice flex pick. I agree with this. It's not the Rel, it's not the Maokai. Well, Maokai was banned, but that's fine. We're seeing very high prio on Nautilus again. I'm not a fan of this. Why do we keep doing this? I don't understand. Like, in this comp too, like, if you want to run Smolder, why are we picking Nautilus? You have from Jarvan. Like, a Braum here would be much better, no? Saving a potential Tahm Kench to defend Smolder, also much better, no? Like, heck, I don't know. Not a fan of this. It's fine, though. Whatever. And then I like the Azir pick. We pick Rel here, flex pick. We pick Talia, also flex pick. Both really solid choices. Talia into Azir is not bad. You can wave clear. You can roam. And then we pick Smolder here, which is interesting. I don't know if I'd say it's good necessarily. It's fine. You can still build around it. Then we do the Vibe Band to protect Smolder. That's good. With Talia here and Rel here, you know that Nocturne Orianna is not a combo. So that's fine for Smolder. That's good for Smolder. Zac ban and Sedge. Zac has come into meta this week pretty heavily. Okay, I don't hate it. Take away the Sedge as well. I think that's fine. You're taking away Star Follow-Up Engage. Alistar gets removed. So what were we thinking? Why did we... Oh. As an answer to this. So we're thinking the Rel is not support then. Is what we're thinking when we... That's fine. J4 as a primary engage or secondary to follow up. I'm okay with this, especially since Sedge and Mao have been banned. Zac has been banned as well. I don't think it's the best setup, but it's not terrible either. Poppy as a counter. Ooh. Okay, I like Poppy into J4. I think this is actually a really good pick for jungle purposes or for the 1v1 purpose. I don't like it that much with this Loud composition though. It's not terrible because you can still knock people through the Unraveled Earth from Talia, and you can still peel for on-hit Varus. It's not terrible, but I think what I wanted to see from Loud here was backline threat onto Smolder. That with this comp necessarily. You pick an Aatrox here who can deal with Jarvan and then we pick a Gwen into the Aatrox. Okay. Okay, I think this cohesive. It's a really strong team fighting composition with semi-global in the mid lane. I like their flex. I'll give them a 4. Kaboom's draft is okay. You've got strong power picks, but triple scaling with a J4 to hold down the fort in the early game. I don't think this works when you saw the Poppy or when the Poppy came through. I would have much rather strong top lane. Cassante is open here if they want it, just for an early like pressure lane. Rumble was open here if they wanted it, and you've got the hot pot combo ready to roll, and that would have been really good because Loud is immobile, right? Varus is immobile. Talia is not the most mobile inside the Cataclysm. This one can hop out. Poppy gets stuck. Rel can hop out. So 3 out of 5 of their members can't. I prefer a Rumble compared to a Gwen. I think I give Kaboom's draft this 2, 3, 2. I'm trying to decide how much I want to give them because on one hand, I think they'll play it well anyways. They have the hands for it, but On the other hand, I don't really like how this comp works. It's like, it's just OP skill up and we win game comp, but I'm not seeing the combinations. I'm not seeing good setup. I'm not seeing synergy really. You blinded the Azir. You picked Smolder into Varus, which is okay. You picked Gwen into Aatrox, which I don't think is necessarily the best matchup there. But skilling. Nah, if average, I'll give them a 2.5. I'm not a fan of this draft from Kaboom right now. They'll execute it, I'm sure. They'll be fine, probably. But the draft makes it harder than it needs to be. I'm actually very curious to see if Sant goes lethality for early pressure or lethal tempo for late. I feel like with the Poppy pick, that should be a lethal tempo Varus because you're trying to create space. Yeah, okay. But I actually feel like you'd be better off going lethality and try and shut down the Smolder early, because I think if it comes to the point where Sant is carrying the game as lethal tempo Varus, you are probably already too late, and Dioj and Bitao are going to make your life miserable, and this nigh unplayable for Sant. I guess we find out. Yeah, Poppy versus J4 is actually a really funny matchup because Poppy, despite the fact that she's a tank, actually has a really strong early game. And a lot of what she wants to do can absolutely mess up Jarvan. Like, his flag and drag becomes useless in the face of a Poppy. So you just have to auto. But she actually outtrades you with her shield. Oh, nice from Cross to auto weave it through the minions. Yeah, but that's one of my big problems with Smolder Nautilus as a bot lane. Is like, even when Nautilus lands perfect hooks, look at the trade. The trade does not actually work in favor of Kaboom because Skuro does no damage at this point. They cross us through all the work. Oh, and Crosstail is doing all the work. Crosstail is so good. So good, man. Okay, I was a bit worried for Skuro Crosstail. I feel like they are a high pressure bot lane, but this is not a high pressure pair of champions. But Crosstail's making it work. And Skuro's just following up the pressure. Nice. You love to see it. Ooh, that's an interesting choice from Belisha. I kind of like it. They were falling behind in lane, and because Sant had to reset, Belisha actually just roamed up and helped Fugado clear the... I mean, might as well, right? It's a better use of your time than sitting under turret in lane when the wave hasn't crashed yet. Ooh, Bitao's crushing up top. Not a great time for the Aatrox. One of the reasons why Aatrox is actually not that a terrible matchup into Gwen is because the Hallowed Mist doesn't do much against the Aatrox. Aatrox just gets in there and kind of just whomps on you anyways. Oh, the interrupt! Oh, this is actually really good. This is a full crash in the top side. Like 8 seconds, you're going to lose, what, maybe 3, 4 minions potentially? But yeah, Curdy lost most of that wave. Really good from Scary to just come by there. And nice of them to not actually like, over-aggress and try and dive that turret. I feel like that's something Kaboom has done a couple of times, is just get way too aggressive thinking we can out-hands the opponent. Okay, good roam from Belisha. Yeah. Dio's just too good. I mean, that's why we praise Belisha praise Dio so much, right? Like, his mechanics are insane. Didn't burn flash, didn't like, just held everything. Really, really patient play. Now, did eat a chunk of damage after teleporting back to the lane, which is not ideal, but it is what it is. And it's not that critical deal. Ooh. Nice good flash. But Lau just have numbers advantage. See, this is what I mean by Kaboom gets a bit overconfident with how they play, right? They go for that with just Squirrel and Scary. They don't sweep the pit first, so there's a ward in the back they don't catch, and that gives full vision. Squirrel is Smolder on a call. Like, you do not have the ability to fight this. Crosstail's not even there, and we're just doing this anyways. Like, that's just skipping steps. Kind of similar to actually what Kaboom did this weekend against... Was it Flixu? Yeah, Flixu. Like, Kaboom just skipped steps and gave away all the objectives for free. Literally leashed like a Baron for them. And we're seeing that a little bit with this Dragon Leash from Kaboom. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I did like what Hugado did there. Because Hugado technically has no business taking any of these grubs when your top lane has zero pressure. It's constantly being shoved in. But Hugado... If you do that for each of both, then you don't have to worry about Void Mites. Ooh, are we seriously fighting here? Right after I said you have no business fighting here without the pressure from your top lane. Okay. Loud doing a bit of a hand check and failing. They simply did not have prio, and they are not stronger on this side of the map. And this time, Kaboom actually had equal numbers, so... Ooh, nice. Oh, that was really good. Yeah, Annie can't go anywhere, unfortunately, even with the flash. Really good collapse from Kaboom. Flash is blown from both mid laners. I love for the junglers to go back mid and try and punish that. Like, Poppy and Talia do have some synergy as well. So, right here, Annie has the flash. Like, just edge of the Sand Soldier is caught. If Annie didn't get caught by that, Annie can just keep walking out this way and you're straight chilling. But like now from here, Annie can't flash anywhere. If you flash this way, you die to Scary and Dioj. So Annie had to flash this way to try and create space, but Crosstail too good. So it doesn't even matter. See, like the flash that way and Crosstail's like, oh, I can just hook you. There's nothing you can do. Nowhere you can run. Ooh, I think Crosstail went too deep that time. Oh. Okay. I think Militia could have run away if you just crashed down towards the turret instead of backwards. Okay. I don't think Kaboom should have been able to answer back or trade that 1-for-1, but they did. And yeah, Smolder is still very weak at this phase in the game. Like, there's just not enough damage. The Mom has a very long cast time, so yeah. Sam can walk out. This is the part, like, I thought Militia could have just crashed down that way. Oh, I guess they did, but then... Yo, let's not get overconfident here, please. Oh! Why are we flashing there? Yep, and there we go. There's the STFU button coming through from Poppy. Steadfast presence to make sure Scary can't flag and drag. Really well played from Loud. They knew all their sort of win conditions in that fight, and they played it perfectly. They denied a lot of Scary and Dioj want to get in there. And once again, Kaboom, you're just playing overconfident, right? Like, you're good. They are winning the hand check, but they are just not respecting what Loud can do right now. Ooh, I think that's the first hook I've seen miss from Costream this game. Yeah, this bot lane from Kaboom just needs to chill. Screw's doing well. 66 stacks at 10 minutes. It's okay. It sounds very low, but you speed up how fast you can get stacks usually as the game goes on. As you get more damage, it's easier to wave clear. Also, you can trade a little bit more effectively. This top side's where if anything, I'm getting worried for the side of Loud. Batal, look what Batal can do when you give him an actual champion. Ooh, good from Skuro. That was a little bit scary. Screw had no cleanse, so if he got tagged, he was dead. But yeah, we're seeing like a 30-40 CS differential happening in this top lane. And unlike a Garen, Gwen can actually carry a game. So yeah, I love the fact that Batal has finally stopped. Yeah, Kaboom's starting this one up. They've actually got the numbers this time. Crossdale is not just randomly based at as the dragon gets started. Yeah, they want the fight. They want the smoke. That's well played from Hugato, but I don't think it matters. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Oh, really well played from Loud. I think both teams got what they wanted there. The Talia Poppy combo, we didn't touch on it in draft, but you're seeing it here, the Keeper's Verdict, Weaver's Wall. There's a lot of disengaged tools and tools to create space. And I think Kaboom knew that, so either you burn it fast or you... Ooh. Okay. What? Screw? Okay. I was more focused on the fight happening up there, but I thought everybody had escaped, so I was like, we'll talk over it. Oh, no, I hope they replay that, because I did not actually see how Skrull got the turret dive there. In the meantime, while we wait to see this replay, yeah, I think the setup was good, and Kaboom wasn't confident they could burst it down fast enough before they got cut off, so they made the call, hey, we're looking for the flank of the fight instead. And Loud disengaged perfectly. It was actually really, really dangerous. If anybody drops, then it becomes a problem, and Kaboom just run you down. As it stands though, Hugato and Annie have been doing a really, really solid job with the rotations. Very clean. And that's why I think this Loud Academy roster is a good roster. Yeah. Okay, they denied away 2 Void Grubs, and Loud does not care about the remaining ones. They just want to make sure no Void Mites. I don't know if like bid bugs and lice are a thing in Brazil, but like up here in Canada, sometimes there's like issues with lice and bid bugs. Thankfully, I've never had them personally, but yeah, I've heard like the treatment is quite hard to deal with all the mites because they're really small. They're really, really annoying. Kind of like in League of Legends. Watched a Belveth game this last weekend in NACL where a Belveth had 6 Void Grubs. So when they were pushing, they had like an entire huge army with them. They took a turret down so quickly, less than 30 seconds from full health. It's insane. Okay, can Loud stop this one? Ooh, they knocked out Dioge. That's actually pretty huge. Oh. There we go. There's the hands check that Kaboom were looking for. Herald reset. Patience till they run out. No, did they lose Herald here? Oh my goodness, Curdy. Let's go. Oh man. Loud is just running the objectives right now. And Kaboom is just playing cross map. Okay, this is actually an interesting fight. So first of all, the fact that hit Dioge of all people was kind of nutty when Cross best to try and body block up front. I like this idea. Get your support to just slow down the Poppy, because Poppy doesn't have... Sure, you can eventually beat the support, but it's going to take you a day to do so. So this was a really, really good start from Loud, and you can see the damage that comes out. Dioge throws his body in here to try and get this, and Scary barely gets out, which is... won the fight. And normally you're just like, oh, perfect, you know, we won the fight, we'll just, you know, go for the objective. But they were missing information because Curdy came in and Curdy cleaned up. If Curdy doesn't move, Curdy moved and sacked the bot side, they actually get like return kills, and it's very much worth it for Loud. You love to see it. Kaboom's still ahead though. So even though it's a really good play from Loud, it's not putting them in game win position right now. And like I said, the scaling that will come through is not something Loud's comp can handle. Nobody on here will be able to scale hard enough to match their counterparts. At best, maybe, okay, I shouldn't say that because Annie wants to do very different things from... Oh no. I just noticed that, like, you want to do different things. Talia wants to find the pick, so you just need enough damage to actually find the pick compared to the Azir. But what the hello? Sant? Does Sant have his driver's license? Missing pings coming down from both teams. That's funny. Okay, huge damage, huge AoE. Vital was here this time, so I think they win this quite easily. Vital is really strong. Oh, wow. I don't think Costream wanted to hit that. Gwen is not immune. Gwen is screwed. How is Kaboom losing this again? You know what? Okay, here's what I blame. I blame Dioj for freaking building Tank Azir. I hate Tank Azir. It's such a niche use case. Like, seriously. Okay, guys, look. Azir scales off AP. The more AP you dump into it, the better. I understand that you like being tanky can help you survive, and then with Leandries, you do more damage over time. But do you need it against this composition? Who's tanky? Who got it? That's it. Just kill the Aatrox, kill the Varus, kill the Talia as fast as you can. Season 14 is the damage meta. Damage is more efficient than tank stats right now. So please, stop. Get some help. Like, this here just makes me sad. Kaboom right now is winning this not because they are the better, like, they're playing better League of Legends. They are winning this because they have better hands. Like, literally, this gold lead is coming off Bitao just being incredibly cracked and Skuro being better than Sant. If not for those, they're actually behind. Loud has picked up all the objectives so far. And I think Loud has actually been playing this better. They're making great use of the Poppy Talia combo. And they are kiting back really, really well as well. Oh. See, look at this kite that they're playing. Okay, it doesn't quite pan out as well. This guy, again, for Kaboom is Bitao. Bitao is there. But you could see how Loud were like kiting out. Oh. They were kiting back the main fight really well. The engage from Kaboom is not synced up. So you'll see like Costream go in or Scary go in and the rest of the team is not there to follow up every time. It's not great from Kaboom. But they're winning because they're individually better. And Bitao is on Gwen. So he has way more impact than on the Garen. Oh, so these setups from Kaboom are not great, by the way. Like, they're okay. Yeah, literally, if Bitao doesn't show up there, Kaboom is in a lot of trouble trying to play that fight. They pulled the trigger kind of early enough. I mean, you can, of course, make the argument that Kaboom knew that was going to happen, and so they decided to like, work together and do that. That is true. And that is a fair state. That is a fair point. But still, it's just watching them is kind of... Okay, Skuro on 201 stacks. 24 more stacks. That's like, what? 2 waves? 3 waves? I actually forget how many... Like, how much is the minion worth with those stacks? It might just be 1 per stack, 1 per minion, which means she needs 4 waves in order to get that fully stacked. Finally, Kaboom actually setting up properly for the objective first. They're at the Baron. They're getting vision down. They're denying away vision from Loud. This is actually a really good place for them to fight because the All-Seeing Barret is such narrow, long corridors.
Tá legal, tá bem, 210 stacks. Daqui a pouquinho ele consegue os seus. Não é aquele super smolder destacado, mas nesse momento tá bem na partida.
Tá bem demais. A gente tá ali realmente ainda tendo muito aprendizado constante sobre o tempo do Smolder, sobre o trabalho que ele tem que trazer pra conseguir otimizar o mais rápido possível esses stacks. E os daqui da Academy estão dando o que falar. Mas será que vai ser quebrada essa zica de Azir e Smolder no
Okay.
time?
Vamos ver.
Where do they go from here? They're using the split push.
Conseguindo
Dioj, yeah, I like this assignment. Vital has to TP.
vai pra
Dioj can... Azir, this is one of the reasons why people pick Azir as well, is because of your turrets. It facilitates your push. It's much safer for you to push out as well. And if you've got the vision set up, which they do, you're unlikely to get ganked, and that's why we're seeing Dioj not push further than that particular turret. Any further, and you don't have the vision coverage to actually split push anymore. They are struggling to siege. They don't really have the range. Oof. Okay. Skuro has hit execution status at this point. Nice. I don't hate that Kaboom played that slow, because to me that's good setup. They do have to be careful now though. TPs have been committed from Loud. And Vital is coming in as well. I still think they should finish this Baron first before turning. Okay, nice. They did it. Oh, good shuffle from Dioj. Skuro is untouched right now. He got so much time to free fire. Yeah, he just cleans up. Nice. Oh, damn. Those Qs be hitting different right now. That's what? 2 items? Yeah, 2 items. SS3 with Trojans. Wow, damn. Yeah, I think Kaboom have hit their scaling breakpoints. They should be good now. 2 item spike on Batao, 225 spike on spike on Skuro. Quick blades bought pretty much outright. By the way, Skuro hasn't even sold his call yet. Yeah, this game is compositionally almost unplayable for Loud at this point. Like, I don't like the Kaboom comp, but like I said, they'll probably just outmuscle well enough to play it. The fact that Skuro was involved in some of those early fights and was not punished for it is... Yeah, that's a bad sign at that point. Oof. Close. Flash is traded. It's always worth it from the support. Even if they're not running Hex Flash, still worth. I'm actually curious to see how effectively Batal is pushing into Kurdi. You're 2 levels up with Baron. You should be able to siege up that turret, I think, and win that sort of pushing war in the isolated 1v1. One minute left. They can just brute force this. Oh, they still got Dioj split pushing. It would be more effective if Dioj actually had a Nashor's Tooth. That's all I'm saying. You know, actual damage Azir instead of tank Azir, please. Ooh, you cannot be stepping up from under turret. Actually illegal. Dioj looking for the flank too. Damn. Can Kurdi carry this? Oh, he's trying so hard. Penta! Penta! They got the Penta! Let's go! That's the what? 3rd Penta in CBLOL Academy? I know we definitely had one already. We had one, what, week 1 or week 2? Yeah, Mordius had one. I just don't remember which game it was in. So this is the second one then. This is our second pentakill. Nice. Yeah, Militia, this is illegal from Militia. You literally are not allowed to leave the turret range. If you leave, you die. There's so much CC here. The turret's the only thing keeping you safe, because if they engage, they eat a whole bunch of turret shots. You leave, you get chunked, and then suddenly you're in a bad position. Great rotation from Dioge down as well, recognizing that, hey, the moment Militia kind of started getting caught, Dioge started moving. Oh, I am behind for some reason. Oops. I must have probably paused or went back to check something and forgot to speed up again. Yeah, but we can speed up at this point. I think MVP this game will go to Skuro, and rightfully so for a pentakill. I also want to shout Batal though. I think Batal has put on a ton of pressure this game. It's kind of invisible pressure because it's not on the map, or it's not on the screen. But I think Batal did a lot to kind of get Kaboom through that sort of rough early mid-game patch that they ended up having. Dioge had some good individual fancy plays, but he also built Tankazir, which I think is just not good. So, not going to give you MVP if you do that. We got a full tank Jarvan coming through. Do we really need a Tankazir as well? Okay, from here it's just close out from Kaboom. I'm just curious to see if Loud can manufacture anything, a pick or whatnot. But yeah, barring Kaboom kind of just splitting up and getting picked, which they shouldn't be doing at this phase of the game anyways, I just don't see a way back in for Loud right now. I kind of like the Shoujin's detour for Skuro instead of just straight in the very quick blade. You didn't need the extra damage, but the extra health is very, very useful. Yeah, Kaboom wasn't even fully in position. Curdy was still on the flank. Okay. Yep. Oh, and Patal was like 1v3 in the backline too. Yeah, you got jebaited. We're just letting Militia go. Oh, really well played from Hugado. I'm actually really sad for Hugado. I think Hugado played this Poppy game really incredibly well this game. And there we go, Batal. I love it. He's set on ending the game. Batal is playing this League of Legends game better. Like, Skuro was playing for fights, Batal was playing for game. Ah, oh. That's rough. Okay, we'll start the winning team since I'm already here. The laning from Kaboom was good. Like, I'll give them a 5 because the fact that Batal crushed the top lane, Skuro comes out with a significant lead in a lane that he should not have. Your Nautilus is not ideal for like, help facilitate your survival in that lane. So, huge props to Skuro for winning that one out. The map movements early were kind of like meh, but late was good, and I think their compost doesn't really care about it anyways. The team fighting from them was immaculate. I mean, I don't think there's a single... No. I can't say the team fighting was immaculate because they were very desynced. So I'll give them a 3. They knew what they were supposed to do, but at the same time, I saw so many times Scary go in or Crosstail go in, and like the rest of the team is just not... Well, I say the rest of the team, but it's just Dioge and Skuro. We're not on the same page. Give them a 4. But their comp... Give it a 3. I'll give them like... X Factor wise, not super flashy, but they did have a really fed Smolder. I'll give them a 2. Gotta be Skuro for the pentakill in this game. And Skuro did really well again to come out of lane, like basically untouched. So huge props to them. On the other hand, Loud. Ironically, I think Loud plays better against good teams, and they play worse against bad teams. Maybe it's because they're really good when they're struggling, but not so good when they're ahead. I actually need to see more of them in winning positions to really comment, because this last little bit rough. They had to face, I think it was Kate Stars last week, or was it yeah, was it Kate Stars last week? Where is this loud? Oh, they played Pain, not Kate Stars. Sorry, I remember they played one really good team where they looked amazing, and then against Red they just looked very lost. The laning was not great, but I did like the early map movements, to be fair. The team fights weren't terrible, to be honest. They just kind of got outscaled for the most part. Like, I especially like their objectives and how they fought those team fights. Like here, they don't really do anything wrong, right? Like Sand goes down, you're stuck in the pit, but Annie's free firing. Sand did maximal damage she could going down. Yeah, I think team fight's fine. I'll give them a 3. I really like their macro play. Oh, do I want to give them a 5 map movements? Because I do think everything right for map movements. They just fell behind. It was just a hand check more than anything else. I'll give them a 5. Why not? Actually, no. I'll give them a 4, and I'll give them like a 2 factor. And to me, I was most impressed with Fugado. I thought he played the Poppy really well. Annie was a close like runner-up for me. Curdy had his moments, but I don't think Curdy had much impact, and Curdy was so far in lane, it was nigh unplayable for him. This is not one of Sant's better games as well, unfortunately. Sant was relegated to the backseat because he didn't manage to win the lane against Smolder. And it's a call they made, right? Like we already said when we saw the Poppy, it's probably lethal tempo Varus. Lethal tempo Varus doesn't win the lane. Like he should go fine in lane, but you're really picking him for the late game. Actually, I'm gonna downgrade this draft because I think the draft was fine in isolation, but I don't think they had anything to deal with the Smolder. Is my problem with their draft. Like if they had something to deal with Smolder, then yeah, I'll give them a 4. I think that their draft was a good draft in isolation. Yeah, Skuro, yep, as expected. Yeah, that's nutty. She's showing the size of Smolder. Smolder is this big.
É isso, né? Um dia do criador, outro dia da criatura, mas parabéns para o Escuro que conseguiu ali esse pentakill, segundo pentakill aqui do CBLOL Academy, que os dois foram feitos por atiradores, tá? Morteus no primeiro dia e ele agora...
Okay, next match is Red versus Flamengo.
Mas, brincadeiras à parte, a gente fecha essa história entre Loud e Kabum e daqui a pouquinho a gente volta para o terceiro jogo.
Probably about to raise Red, them in my personal power rankings. I think Peko has been doing really well actually recently, which is huge. Because before, like the first couple of weeks, this team was a little bit quiet. Like they were doing the map movements right. Their macro was good, but they were like struggling in lane, and they didn't have like a huge carry stand out. Like sometimes Zinz would be the big carry in the first couple of weeks, but it felt like it wasn't enough. And in the current meta, it has to be, I feel like, the bot lane more than anybody else. Maybe mid lane can pick up some of that slack. But in recent weeks, Pico has been really popping off. And I think having Pico pop off and Zinz do well means that Cirillo gets a lot more space to do AD kills. Looks much better for them. So basically, as long as their hands are performing well, I actually think should go up significantly. And maybe that I actually bump them up in my personal settings. Because, yeah, I think they could move above Tropa. Tropa's kind of lost right now. They could move above Furia. Fluxu is an interesting one. I think Fluxu depends on the day. I still want to put Fluxu above them. I still believe in Julia, though they've been cropping up a little bit. I think Fluxu has better palm for palm players. We shall see though. I have been slowly losing faith a little bit in them. They've been screwing up a lot. Flamengo, on the other hand, this is a team with actually a lot of potential, and I have them pretty high as well, but they have been on the struggle bus a little bit. Last week they were in hell. They faced Pain, Cade Stars, and Kaboom all in a freaking row, Like this is a hell week from Flamengo. So I discount what I've seen. Like they might be sitting at 7th. I think that's just a function of their strength of schedule. And I think they'll be fine now. This is their week to kind of pull themselves out of the gutter that, you know, the top 3 teams kind of dropped them into. Because, yeah, that's not fair for them. Flamengo is the closest team to Kaboom, and I think in playstyle for me. They're both really good teams, really good individual players. Like I look at these players on this roster, I'm like, how did academy teams not pick them up? How come they had to qualify through the Liga GG tournament? Because Goot is literally, to me, still CBLOL caliber. Like I think you could chuck him in CBLOL and he'd still look good. Blackie individually, really strong performance. Steps Bounty, former CBLOL experience. Probably not really CBLOL level to me right now, but should still be good in academy. And Nin has looked not bad on this team. Like, about what I expect from a tier 2 top laner. Which I guess when you consider that Nin's like a new rookie for the squad, that's actually pretty good to start. So yeah, to me, this, even though Red is the higher ranked team, I feel like Flamengo is my favorite team going into this, and I need Red to kind of overperform a little bit and show us like, hey, we're good. If Red win this, I bump them up in my personal standings, 100%. And if Flamengo crap the bit on this, then I move Red above them.
Já voltamos, invocadores, dessa vez para o terceiro jogo do dia, que já começa a dar uma ritmada maior no meio de tabela, minha querida Legolas. A gente tem já a escalação da Red aqui na nossa telinha, com os Zinks, Doom, Teco, Cirilo e Stones estão engrenando bem, tá?
O time da Red que teve uma super semana maravilhosa.
Man, part of me just wants to kind of get to game 4 and game 6 where we see the new rookies coming in. Actually really excited for the new rookies. Now that the pipeline from tier 2 to tier 1 looks really good, I kind of want to see what the pipeline from tier 3 to tier 2 looks like. And to be fair, a lot of the rookies we've seen this split, the first couple of weeks have been a little bit shaky. So yeah, I don't want to raise my hopes too high for the rookies today, but still, you know, kind of hoping for it. Okay, we see Orianna ban. Interesting. Ori Nocturne is very, very strong, though CBLOL Academy has not really executed it that well yet. But maybe Flamengo, I mean, I could see Goot and Blackie being able to pull that one off, so I like the idea. The Varus Callista, so we're leaving Lucian, Milio, and Kate all open. And I guess that's why we first picked Lucian here, because it's fine when we open. That forces the Milio, and we go Milio Aphelios, not Milio Caitlyn. Okay, I'm fine with that. We handshake with the Lucian Nami, because you already have the Lucian. What the hell else are you going to do here? I favor this side of the matchup, but not by a huge amount. Lane pressure early is still with the Lucian side of the match, so that's fine. And then we go Nami Rel. Okay, Maokai was banned. Okay, I like that. And then we see Talia, which is a flex jungle mid. Okay, can also stop some of the Lucian dashes. Can mess with the crash down. I like this. So far, both first drafts are, or first of picks are really solid. So we're looking for solo lanes here. That's no longer a flex. And here we are looking for mid, jungle, and top, because we don't know where Talia is going to go. So we assume Talia mid, we ban out Vi, which I think is fine. Into Lucian, just want to ban it. I don't think we need the Surge ban, but they go for it anyways because they want to pick up Twisted Fate. We ban Hui. Okay, and then we ban Nar. And then we first pick Cassante. Okay. Okay, solid. A lot. Rumble is still open for Red if they wanted it, but I think banning the Sedge kind of tells a story that Red's not looking for that. They go Twisted Fate, OP pick, into Cassante. Yeah, I like this. I think Twisted Fate is really good into Cassante. You can still be punished, but very quickly you're going to hit the point where you can 1v1 him, or at least survive the lane. And then we pick LeBlanc to handle Talia, which is interesting. Distort in is considered a dash. The distort back out is not. And your Unraveled Earth probably can't be, probably won't go down fast enough to stop the dash in. So the LeBlanc's not a bad pick by any means. And then we round out with Xinjiao for early pressure, which I like. You can duel with Rel. And your ult can also block both TF and Lucian. So, okay. I like it. I think both teams have drafted really solidly, very well. I think Flamengo have won drafts. A little bit. Yeah, no, they've won draft. I was hesitating. I was thinking, okay, the Xante match was bad into the Twisted Fate. But at the same time, I was thinking, do you replace the Hui ban with it? I think that's a bit much to do. And Hui's range is just so obnoxious with the to deal with. So, yeah, I don't hate their draft. The bans, I think it was acceptable. Oops, wrong one. I'm trying to speed this up. Yeah. Where would I rate these? My only concern with the Ritz composition is that their front line is only the Rel. I think it's punishable, it's meltable, and then you get kind of squishy. I think the Xinjiao answers a lot. But in isolation, it's actually a pretty good draft from Red in isolation. No, I'll give both 4. I like both about picking the OPs. And Red certainly did so in not bad situations. So I'll give them that. And I think Flamengo responded very appropriately with what they did. I do think they won on the Red side this draft, but you have counterpick. So I really think it's easier to kind of win a lot of times on Red side draft. The big problem is the open OPs. And I understand this Lucian open. Personally, I don't like Lucian that much because I think he falls off a bit mid to late. But we've seen enough Lucian that Lucian mid game is actually not a bad thing by any means. So yeah, it's okay. I don't want to penalize them for like a personal preference. Okay, 5-man start, standard start. We aren't going too crazy here or anything. As I say that. Yeah, I mean, as a LeBlanc, you can afford to do things like that because you also have to start. You start at level 1, so. Ooh, nice trade from Blackie. Okay, junglers. Ooh, I was gonna say junglers are on the opposite side of the map, but Doom's actually invading right from the get-go. And I like it because you've got that sort of Lucian bot lane, right? You should have Prio, but Flamengo have read it as well, and they've got mid lane Prio. Oh, Doom still wants to go back in. Playing with fire out here. Yeah, Doom might have gone a little bit too much this time. Yikes. And this might actually impact the lanes quite a bit now from Doom, because Doom tried to do that. Like, no pressure mid, and Pickle like tried to roam out multiple times. Same thing with Cirillo and Stoneses. Cirillo and Stoneses look fine. Like, they did try and roam out, but it doesn't look like it impacted their lane too much. But Pickle definitely suffered for it. Okay. Steps and Bounty playing this pretty well. Sustain from both the supports is going to make this lane really pressured on the Lucian Nami to be able to take over. But you knew that when you first picked the Lucian. If they can bait the Distort. Ooh, Blackie's kind of low in mana though. Oof. Almost. Nice counter. Good ganks from both junglers. I like their pathing so far. The only thing I didn't like in that early game was just the way Doom kind of just went hyper aggro. And way too much so. When your mid couldn't get the power they needed. So Goot's able to answer back. Goot's ahead a little bit. Oh, do we keep going? I mean, Pings came down to the bot lane. Doom knows that they don't have backup if there's an invade here. Nice. Good already burnt the smite on the Raptors earlier, so didn't really have it for the red buff. And that's why they're kind of just saying, okay,
E olha,
let's not get too crazy
o
here.
Flamengo lá na parte de baixo são muitas sentinelas até avançadas. Então, pelo menos pelo setup de visão, pelo reset que foi feito agora, é possível que o time do Flamengo consiga ter uma prioridade maior para fazer esse dragão. Só que o Gucci fez a limpeza do
Doom's actually a little bit
baixo,
ahead,
levou a
interestingly
parte
enough.
de cima, e agora ele tá andando com o Nin. Então vamos ver se eles vão
Oof.
para larvas logo nesse começo.
Good trading from Blackie.
Pings nesses campos.
Quase que rolou aqui uma trocação sincera entre Black e Peco. Os dois saem muito machucados, mas olha a pedrada. Cuidado.
Yeah, you can see how slow the unraveled earth is compared to the distort speed from Pekka. So I really don't think you end up popping it if you're fast enough, and it's really difficult for Talia to get it out like on time. Oh, great Scryer's Bloom coming through.
Ali para voltar, né, para conseguir utilizar o seu segundo cast da distorção. Foi exatamente isso que a gente
This to me is a little bit interesting because I don't think Goot can actually answer Dragon while losing these Void Grubs. So Doom is going to get this for free, and then Doom should be able to rotate down and use the pressure that Cirillo and Sons are getting to get that early Dragon, and Goot just has to suck it up.
Pode ser que a gente tenha as três sendo conquistadas pelo Doom, ou que tudo indica é isso mesmo que ele vai fazer. E lá pra baixo o Gucci já tá cheio.
Not a happy situation for jungler, but it's what happens when you don't necessarily have to prio on either side of the map. I'm actually really surprised that Zinz is controlling this top side already so early from the get-go. I mean, it is range into melee, but I'm used to seeing a bit more of a closer matchup at the time. Ooh. And that's the price you pay! Lost auto. Oh, what the hell? Wait, how did Cirillo die? Replay, please. Thank you. Did he dash forward? Yeah, he dashed forward. That's the problem right there. And the last Gravitum proc caught him. Gravitum is the most busted gun for Aphelios in lane. Fight me. Like, 100%. I don't think there's a stronger gun. Like, being able to control the spacing, choose when to go in and when to disengage, it just makes it so strong. You can just cycle and control the pacing. If you don't want to fight, just throw Gravitum and walk away. The other AD carry can't do anything about it. And Cyril had to burn Flash too. That is very, very unfortunate for this bot lane. They'll still be fine for now. They just have to play around Gravitum still, but it's not ideal when you pick the Lucianami to have won the lane early to not win the lane, you know? Uh-oh. Okay. Oof, Manu taking a bit of poke. This is contestable. Blackie still has Weaver's Wall as well. Yeah, there we go. Oh, kind of screwed that up a bit, but it's okay. Yeah, well played from them. Is Doom 6? Because if Doom 6 and Good is not, that's actually kind of nutty. No, Doom's not 6 yet. Okay. Yeah, because the Magnet Storm, I don't think would have changed outcome too much, but I think they have been able to answer back a little bit more evenly. Yeah, that split. I mean, Pekka was going the right direction. It's just unfortunate that because of the split, it's easier for Flamengo to just say, okay, we go in one and we group up, and then LeBlanc can't really distort back in and find any sort of picks. The bright side for Red, though, is that even though the bot side's not going well for them, top side still is. Zinz has been doing amazingly right now. And this does not get easier for Cassante either. The Swifty Boots are really, really good for TF to be able to just control the pacing of this lane, especially when you're ranged into melee. But it's really the Kraken Slayer that's going to start really messing up Cassante. Ooh. Nice. Yeah, Zinz had to burn both summoners to go save his jungler there, but it's worth. You still find in at the end of the day. Yeah, that's Talia. I remember like people used to say Talia was the counter pick to LeBlanc because of Unraveled Earth. You get push. stuff like that. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think so. I think you're better off going with the Asir. But Blackie has played the macro well, used the Weaver's Wall with the cutoff, and has been roaming out to help maintain pressure for Goot as well. So to me, like, that's a pick you kind of just handshake rather than pick as a counter. Like, we do different things, sort of thing. As long as you're in lane and still like pushing out, not losing out too much, like I think that's perfectly fine for the Cilia. Yeah, doomed. Here we go again. I think Doom's trying a little bit too hard. Like, we're 10 minutes. Okay, so I'm not super happy with what Doom has been doing right now. The early aggression on the bot side cost mid lane and also meant that you didn't have a great amount of pressure bot on a Lucian Nami lane, which is where you didn't want to gank. And now because of that, we are now 11 minutes in when Dragon gets taken by Flamengo in a bot lane against the Lucian Nami. Like, just this situation should not be happening here. Like, I kind of want to see Doom play a little bit more for the lanes, a little bit less for the objectives, you know? Like, if Zinz is doing really well, go gank top a bit more, right? Yes, the last time you almost died. But hey, Zinz, once he gets the Kraken Slayer, then you can leave that lane alone, you know? If you can accelerate it, is all the better. And with the double, and with the TF Global as well, like, it's super helpful to get Zinz up and running. Okay. Back massage goes through. Good choice for Steps to recall. Like, Steps probably could have just standed that wave and took the next turret, but they saw the rotate coming through from Pico and Doom, and you just don't want to get caught by that. Sack a wave if you have to, but don't die. Don't feed the LeBlanc. Don't feed the trolls after midnight. Yeah, I think Flamengo are okay with the current pace of the game. That said, yeah, Kraken Slayer picked up for Steps. They can probably start actively looking for a couple of the bigger fights now, if they want to. Especially around the bot side. My only concern with Flamengo, like, normally their skilling is going to be great. It's going to be fine. I kind of don't really worry too much about it, but because they lost all the Void Grubs, I am a little bit worried about leaving Zinz to just kind of free farm. And they really can't do anything, right? Like, if you send Good up to the stop side, I think Zinz still gets away, especially once the flash comes back up. Okay. You get new lane assignments, and I kind of... I mostly like it. My only concern is that Nin has built a chainmail. And... yeah, okay, I was going to say, you might end up running into Pico, who's actually going AP LeBlanc and not AD LeBlanc. So that will actually chunk the Cassante a lot. I actually kind of like this. I do think AP LeBlanc is really strong. And I'm not a huge fan of AD LeBlanc most of the time. Like, there's specific situations where I think it's good. It's great. Like, maybe into the Azir. But by and large, I think AP LeBlanc actually does more for the team. You don't have the same... If you want the split push pressure, just build a Lich Bane. You'll still push very, very quickly. Not as fast as AD LeBlanc, but not that much slower either. And a comp like this, where you already have, like, double AD threat, like, you need the magic damage anyways. Oh, is Zinz just gonna run down Blackie here? Blackie, why did you turn? Oh, Blackie got himself killed. I mean, you know your team's coming in. You know the TPs are on their way. There was absolutely no reason to turn on that. Just stay away. Let your team clean up. You have Weave as well, too. So if you disengage, you can always come back in. Oh, like a hot knife through butter right now. Cutting through Nin. Okay, can they disengage? I don't think so. Nice try from Steps. Yeah, Steps dying sacrifices to buy time for his team. Kind of worth. Considering how caught out they were. Blame Blackie for that series of plays. If Blackie was still up with Weaver's Wall, he could just recall and re-engage, rejoin the team for the rest of that fight, and then you've got a better group to actually fight that. Red played that really well. Props to them. Yeah. As I said, I've been quite impressed with Red, but not really. The early game didn't impress me much. I like that they were proactive, but I don't think they were optimal, and I think they kind of screwed some of the things up early. But I like what they've been doing mid game so far. They're finally playing around Zinz, sort of that big early strength that they have, or not early strength, but the big lead that they have early on that lane. The good matchup. And he skills better than Lucian anyway, so. Hey, if you're in a position to capitalize on that, I'd say go for it. This to me is a bigger test for Flamengo in the full 5v5. Because I think that's really where their comp wants to shine. Whereas the smaller skirmishes, I think, tend to go Red's way with the LeBlanc. And the sheer CC they have too. Okay, tidal wave to disengage. But that's gone. Oh, and Good gets it. Nice. I really like that from Nin, not just because he took somebody out the fight, but also that's how you threaten Peko. I think Blackie finds him. Can they get the execute? Oh, almost. Steps even threw out the Moonlight Visual for the attempted snipe. Oh, but this lane is just so... Yeah, now that Kraken Slayer is completed, Nin can't lane at all into Zinz. It's so frustrating. Yeah, but we're seeing what we were talking about in draft, the setup, right? The fact that for the side of Flamengo, this Xin Zhao does a lot of work in these team fights. The Crescent Guard just blocks Cirillo and Zinz from actually getting significant damage down. I think it was the Crescent Guard, which actually messed up Piko's engage as well last game. They tried to last fight, tried to distort in, knocked back, knocked up a little bit, so the combo didn't really come through. And then allows Steps in Blackie to just free fire. Blackie's got really good pick potential in these sort of team fight situations as well when chaos is happening. So yeah, that comp built for team fights. Whereas Red, Zinz is your key right now. That just for globals and playing for side lane pressure. Okay, Destiny used, no gate. I thought Zinz would at least look for a flank or something. But no, it's fine, just walking up lane. Oh no, did he gate downwards? Yeah, he's going for the bot side. That's fine, that's good. I think Red split push is a potential win con. That is something that Flamengo will not be able to answer at all. I mean, we already mentioned it. Look at what Nin's building here. Armor, armor, armor. Just a lot of armor. So that's nice. It still won't stop Zinz from ripping through you, especially if he gets an LDR. And Piko will still rip right through you. So there's nobody who can really answer Zinz and Piko right now. Ulti, no! Piko is breaking ankles. Let's go! I've been so impressed with Piko these last couple of games. Like last week and this week. Piko's really been popping off. Like that play right there. Oh my goodness, chef's kiss. So beautiful. The amount of ground you covered from up here all the way into the Baron pit. I mean, that was the one lane which we weren't sure would be a winning lane for Red. And Piko did kind of win it. So they had all winning lanes on the side of Red. That was really, really huge.
desloque 3 peças lá para a parte de cima do mapa e utilize até mesmo.
Though I guess it is a bit of an issue that,
Black teve que gastar
despite 3 winning lanes, Red is not like further ahead right now.
Eles não conseguiram a eliminação. Então o Peco jogou muito bem.
Because yeah, I thought they needed to crush it early in order to win this game, and the bot lane most notably did not crush it. The Lucian Nami lane, which you first picked.
Controle de visão. Enquanto isso, o time da Red
And skilling isn't exactly in your favor.
avançando no mapa.
É isso, continuam nessa marcha, temos Arauto do Vale invocado.
Okay,
Centrada, vai trazer uma cabeçada tranquila,
here we go.
sem muitas emoções.
Don't miss the turret.
É isso, recua.
Nice solid charge.
Então, os maiores perigos.
That swarm of void mites is terrifying.
É verdade, dia de reunião aí, Revela Caixas. Alô.
Alô, moderação. 20 minutos de combate. A gente tem então o Barão vivo. Dessa vez então com a parede aqui centrada.
Okay, that's the culling down.
Um espaço de 2 entradas e 2
A
saídas.
little bit surprised by using it there. I thought they'd want to play for Dragon Prio instead.
Alma da nação rubro-negra.
O time da
But
Red tá jogando
I don't know if the cooldown's that short. Level 11.
pra parte de cima.
It'll probably be back up, I think.
Não vão querer se reposicionar
Or
pra fazer
near
dragão
back up if it's not fully back up.
de 20 segundos. Então, o que eles estão fazendo? Controla a visão na parte superior do mapa, já que ele já tem o Barão vivo. E com essa itemização que os seus jogadores têm, eles até fazem certa
Okay, Nin split pushing right now bot, which is kind of dangerous. You don't have a turret behind you.
vai tentando reconquistar espaço de mapa. Mas
Oh,
como
Nin.
fazer isso nesse momento?
Okay, he saw it.
Que você tá atrás em ouro, é mais complicado você pisar no rio. Tipo, a Red vai dominando, só que o Flag inicia o dragão.
É isso.
Okay, big team fight coming up. This is Flamengo's territory. I don't know if Red actually want to fight this.
Vão pra marcha total pra cima desse dragão que pode ser então ponto de alma.
Ooh, Doom's almost dead already before the fight even starts. Yeah, that's that pick potential I was talking about with Talia. In these sort of setup situations, it's non-committal fishing, right? Like you throw out the seismic shove. If it lands, great. If it doesn't, not the end of the world. Whereas Red don't have that poke.
Para lutas, a composição do Fla funciona muito
Like LeBlanc, especially AP LeBlanc, has to throw a body in there. Oh, Nin.
bastante dano.
No, Zins, you red carded.
Mas olha quem para, são as correntes etéreas e chega também água, a nossa querida terceira.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. If you gold card,
Não teve ali essa
I don't know. Maybe you actually kill Nin there. Hard to say, man. He still has 40% health, but
no mapa, enquanto
yeah, red card, no shot.
no Rio.
É, e só para completar, o time da Red funciona muito melhor em lutas menores.
Ooh, nice combo.
Não consegue entrado, mas quem tá nas costas agora é o Peco, o Bounty vai escapando, devolutiva através da tempestade
But good there. And you're seeing how much damage the Crescent Guard is just blocking, right?
ainda não colocou seu ultimate
Like, it's so hard.
e no mal
Nin's popping off in the back right now.
site, já tá
His nightmares aren't there. His nightmares have finally turned.
4 jogadores pra cima dele,
Really well played from Red.
double kill nas mãos dos
Very, very impressed with how they set that
No
up.
final das contas, o time da Red leva 3 eliminações nessa luta, enquanto o Fla desconta
I want to watch that replay because I think the tidal wave
em cima do Doom. E como
wasn't even dodgeable.
a Red fez essa iniciação mais uma vez, conseguem destruir
Yeah,
essa
let's see
torre
here.
tier 1 e a gente vai acompanhar. Olha só como tá tudo
Yeah, because
separado.
Stones just drops it out of vision,
Chegando
which means time Bounty and Step sees it, it's already here, right? And it was just such perfect timing because no matter what, Steps and Bounty, if you stay within this area, you get hit by tidal wave. If you try and move this way, Doom's about to come in. Well, the only thing that kind of screwed them a little bit was Goot showing up, but even then, they still went for it.
onda, o Stonesis
Yeah,
usa maravilhosamente
that was huge.
dos dois jogadores do Fla, o Gush até chega, só que o pé
Down here, Goot buys so much space with Crescent Guard, but partially
aqui, por
Nin is
mais que
Nin takes so long to actually do anything to this backline. Meanwhile, Zins and Pickle are hit, and they take down the turret so they can actually push in and kind of take everything going this way.
eliminações lá, né, o double
Really well played from Red.
nas mãos dos Zinks,
And they've been the ones proactive this entire game. Flamengo has been very much less proactive. They've been showing up for the objectives, which is right, which is what they should be doing. But they're not like setting up these pushes or picks just yet. That's what's letting Red kind of decide what they want to do in between the objectives.
tem dois itens, principalmente
So it's not wrong from Flamengo. I'm just pointing out the fact that it gives Red a lot more initiative and agency.
importante pra
And Red have been making good on those
justamente
pockets.
faz de parar esse time da Red, né? Essas entradas, como a gente viu que a Red tentou. Agora a Red inicia o Barão e o Flamengo vai tentar cobrar.
Estão chegando, o Nin não tem teleporte, vai subindo a pé, Gucci no espaço de entrada, subindo na parede, não tem roubo, mas tem espaço.
Ah,
pra onda
yeah,
pra
not this time.
lá. Tranquilo, hein? Podia ter sido
And I'm getting a little bit worried for Flamengo. The game feels like it's slipping away from them a little bit. The dragons have betrayed them. It is Cloud. So the stack is not going to feel as good. I'm not going to say it's bad. I do think for a comp like this, where you kind of want to be able to kite back with your carries, it's not terrible. But when I look at like Zin's running Ghost, for example, Pekko's mobility, I do think Cloud Drake becomes a lot less impactful in these situations. Yeah, I was having a discussion with... Oh, who was I talking with? I think it might have been Orbital. I can't remember. It's Trajan? Yeah, I was having a discussion with one of my fellow casters. I can't remember who it was. About Drakes and the importance of Drakes and the fact that, you know, Cloud Drake's really not that bad. Hold up. Good. Okay. Oh, that dodge away from Blackie was huge. Okay, they still find Pekko. That's equal trade then. Yeah. Ooh, but this is not okay. Because Nin still has to try and handle a split push, and that is not something he can. Yeah, really strong Baron power push coming through from Red. Flamengo can't answer it. Red is... I love the way they're playing aggressively under enemy turrets right now. The way they're just sieging up and threatening. These dives have been so good. Yeah, if Flamengo can't handle these dives, they just will slowly die out. Oh, Nin solo. Let's go. I think there's a turret shot involved, but nonetheless, still really good. Rose and Heart completed. I guess it's enough now if you can actually get onto EF. Okay, yeah. So the point I was talking about was about dragons. So dragons are... Cloud Drake has a bad rep because a lot of, like, in the past it was like bonus movement speed out of combat. And that's good for rotations, but not much else, right? Once you actually start fighting, if you don't have that movement speed, it's not ideal. But considering how the game has gone, setting up an objective first is massive. The other thing too is like the slow reduction matters a lot. When we've been seeing a lot of champions kind of benefit from slows, like Frostmourne Gauntlet, Ashe, things like that. Oh, heads up proactive move from Flamengo, pays out. You love to see it. One of the first times we've seen them really be very proactive about these setups and ambushes. Yeah, and the other thing too, I think, is the bonus movement speed on ultimate affects things a lot more than people expect. Like the sheer amount of mobility and the ability to kind of reset fights that gives a lot of these AD carries is absolutely disturbing. So yeah, I actually don't hate it. Now for me, it's more like compositionally, like does it do well into certain compositions? And for Flamengo, it's nice for the carries to be able to kite back and reposition fights well. But the problem is just that against the hypermobility that Rid has, I just don't think it's that important. I think it's okay. So good for them to get it, but I think the most important thing is just to get that off the board and force Elder instead, because Flamengo is still a strong teamfight composition, despite the fact that they've fallen behind. And if they want to come back in, you're still looking at picks, which is always an option for any composition, no matter how bad, like how bad the situation looks. But I still think it's more about the team fights. Steps, once he completes the LDR, should be able to rip anybody apart in this fight, even Doom. Yeah, and for Red, I guess we should talk about theirs. WinCon 2. They had a really good Baron push. You love to see it. Baron's coming up in 2 minutes first. I think they continue just with the split push option. Like, nobody can answer Zinz right now. That's the biggest problem Flamengo has. I didn't realize how far behind Zinz, Nin would be Zinz at this time, and how unplayable it would be. I knew it was going to be rough, but not this rough. I guess from now on, if you want to pick Cassante, you have to ban the TF. If you want to blind Cassante, you have to ban TF and Gnar then. Because, yeah, I think the Gnar would do a lot of damage as well. That would give Red a much better team fight. And this is kind of why I like the Red draft too. I thought Red drafted well within their picks. So I want to give them before. The early game strength of the Lucian Nami has definitely fallen off though, and that's where I think Flamengo can still come back into it. Makes, I think it was with Ilha de Lendas or MD3, one of those two. Like he did an interview and he was saying that yeah, even if they're down gold, it's not as important. It's like what they build that kind of matters, and that's kind of the reason why I still think Flamengo is competitive right now with their items. Ooh, Nin. Nin's buying so much space. Nin actually gets away. That's significant. It's not huge, but it is significant. Are we base racing here? Huh. Okay. Okay, Cullen comes out as well. But Red's just trying to buy time right now. They're not committing to this. They just want to hold you as long as you can. Nin managed to get the recall off. Oh, and Pico. Okay, can they find the team fight they were looking for? Good footwork from Doom. Oh, damn. They're playing with fire, these teams right now. Pico walking into a red-white Aphelios? Damn. Nice. And Bounty doesn't even steal it. Blackie's still coming. No ghost for Zints. Okay, huge from Flamengo. That was actually a series of really good sort of decision making and macro play from both sides. Yeah, I'm gonna go back. I assume that Baron. Oh, I want to go back. Let's see this fight first. I want to go back because the setup to that was really good. I think both teams knew what they had to do. Mango had the burden of execution and was able to execute. But Doomed is surviving a lot better than I expected. Okay, there we go. Flamengo's taking over now. Nice. Okay. Is this the push that... Okay, yeah. So this is where we start seeing the split happen. Now, Red are grouped up. And this Red is actually not the faster split push team because Lucian and TF are both AD carries, marksmen. If this was a straight base race, Red would be faster. It's not a straight base race. There is only Zints split pushing. And more important, Zints is further from the turret because Zints is trying to push into an inhibitor turret. Flamengo is just trying to take an inner turret. So much faster for Flamengo to take this. Now, for Flamengo, what they want to do is take this base and stop this push. That simple. Send 2 people to stop this push. But Red make a great call, which is we are trying to stall as much as we can right now. Like, we're just stalling this. So Pico looking for poke. It's easier as an AD LeBlanc than it is AP, and you're seeing why, because AP needs to get the distort damage down. Now, that Pico already took a bit of damage here. This part's kind of nutty to me from what Pico did, because Pico dives a red-white Aphelios, who started having Chakram stacked because you're going in. But you have to, or else Doom dies. Like, Doom's kind of tanky, but not, like, ultra tanky. So here we go. You go into steps to 4 steps back. And that keeps everybody alive. Meanwhile, Zints has already taken an inhibitor and is pushing in. Nin just cannot deal with this right now. Great decision-making from the side of Red. Pico's broken ankles before, trying to do it again. You know, huge, understandable. Props to you. But Flamengo were able to just cut off. And the moment Flamengo kind of won this, Flamengo just took over. When they kind of managed to pick Pico off and Zints at the same time. Zints does not have Destiny because Audit used it earlier to try and form the pick bot side. So Red made the right decision with the sort of choices they did. But Flamengo were just able to outperform this time, which is something that they've really been struggling to. It's a very, very narrow win con. And theoretically for Red, this should not be game over. Right? That mistake should not have had such a big problem. This is where it becomes a problem because Red are still trying to contest the Baron. And they get caught setting up for it. Great teleport from Nin as well. I didn't catch that on the first time, but that's ultimately what catches Cirillo and makes it work. Hey, Dark Knight, did you miss much? Not. Actually, yeah, you kind of did. This Red Flamengo game has been really, really, really good. Like the early game, a couple of mistakes from Red, from Doom specifically, and how they ended up pathing. But when mid game rolled round, these teams have both been popping off. They've been making some really good decisions, so it's a really close game. Flamengo just turned it. I hope they show you the gold graph. You'd be able to see what I'm talking about, just from the gold graph and the way of swinging back and forth a lot.
E abriram mão da alma, não fizeram, fizeram uma troca, na verdade, né? Trocaram a alma das nuvens por mais espaço de mapa, por visão avançada.
Yeah, pretty even draft as well this game. I think Red kind of missed their first power spike, but their Twisted Fate into the Cassante matchup is absolutely disgusting right now. Okay, so we don't see an LDR. It's Terminus instead. I'm down with that. I think it's really strong. Oh. Yeah, Flamengo just rolling these team fights. Red, I think, are feeling a little bit panicky. They hard committed to that. Oh, and it's Elder Drake right now. Damn. I think this is the experience from Flamengo speaking. You lost one game. Yes, this is the third game. Yep. So you just missed the second game, which was Loud versus Kaboom. But that one kind of played out exactly what we expected, where Kaboom just outhands Loud. Loud was actually playing really... Loud was playing steady, but just got outhandsed. Kaboom's still playing a bit disrespectfully. I was hoping that after last week, they would clean up their game a little bit, but... I mean, they did clean it up a little bit. But still very aggressive and just kind of like... Yeah. Throwing at times a little bit. I mean, they're good enough that it didn't matter and they could just recover from it, but... Ooh, damn. Yeah, Red absolutely cannot fight this. I'm curious to see how Flamengo actually optimize their Elder. Because Baron's already gone. They didn't get too much. And the push is actually a little bit difficult because Red has decent... Well, not decent. They have some wave clear options, and Zinz can still split push against Nin, Elder Drake or not. Yeah, it's worth noting as well. Once Flamengo lose this Elder, it gets hard again for them to push. Like, they're skilling. Steps is doing a lot of damage. We saw that in the last fight, but yeah, it's a lot more difficult for them to manufacture these sort of setups than it is for Red to find picks. Okay, that's good. They're pushing in. Yeah, there's the wave clan I'm talking about. Good on Red to just sack the inner turret. Like, that one's kind of not worth defending. Very difficult to defend. You can get flanked very easily, so you just let that one go, burn the culling on the next wave instead, and just defend your inhibitor. For those, it's also Steps best champ. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I think I remember seeing him play it quite a bit. Back when he was in CBLOL. Was that 2021? It was like so long ago. Yeah, he has not been playing the game wrong by any means. And that's what I like about this game. Like, we saw some early mistakes, but the mid and late game have been pretty well played from these teams. They're not making unforced errors. It's more like one team is outplaying a specific incident or a specific fight. But the setup's there for both teams for a lot of these fights and events. Chat's back to normal now? Yes. Thank goodness. Okay, so maybe when I reset my stream, it kind of fixed it. Oh, damn, Zinz! Yeah, Steps is really hurting right now. Like, this whole Flamengo team is resting on Steps' shoulders. Because Blackie doesn't have enough damage to actually carry these fights right now. And it's hard for Blackie to find picks. Okay. Really well played from Red. See, that's what I mean about the setup was really, really good. Right? Like, Flamengo push in, they get the vision, they fall back, they've got high damage. They use Reaper's Ball to set up better conditions. But Red... Oh, this is so good. Oh my goodness. Okay, they're going back. The debuffs will keep stacking. Nin, full health TP. Okay. Okay. Oh, dude! Dude! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness. Doom just saved this game. So hard for Red. See what I mean? This is what I mean, Dark Knight. This is what I mean. How good this game is. Okay, sorry. I'm on 1.5 because I was trying to catch back up, but I do want to go back to like this whole fight and the setup because this is actually insane, right? Like there's so much to break down. So the fact that Flamengo with their sort of elder advantage, they pushed in, shoved in, they shove in, and one buff is out. They fall back to Baron. They drop the wards. This is like perfect classic setup. There's no for Rid where they can get in without vision. You walk this way, this way, this way. You don't have time, or this way. The only way you can get in topside, and you can't because it takes too long to like wrap all the way around. You have to blitz through these, and they'll have full vision. So they drop the Weaver time because they think they can burn it fast enough. But Red, they make the decision, hey, Zinz was low. Zinz just uses Destiny and Gate. And yeah, they know how low your Baron health is, right? Because it's not just the global teleport. It's the vision it gives you. It's so critical right now because then they know, hey, we don't have to rush this. Flamengo's in trouble. Flamengo, they don't panic either. They realize that, hey, okay, the Weaver's Wall wasn't enough. Disengage and just don't fight. Goot buys so much space with Crescent Vanguard, which is why we said this pick was really good. I think it was R5. It was a perfect pick, and they just kind of reset on this. And for Flamengo, if they can reset and play this front to back, they win. Their comp is better in a team fight. Red have to look for flanks, and all that vision they put down is still there. So Red can't really find the flank they want. Okay, Zinz is still split pushing off. That's why Nin had to go out, was because Zinz is still... And then Flamengo go back to start this Baron. Like, it is much riskier now, but they still have the vision control, and they are setting up not to actually do the Baron. This is to try and force Rid into them, and so they can take out Rid. A fight. And right here, oh my goodness. Doom going in. You can see too what the call is. Doom goes in on Baron. Fight. So right here, the call is, let's fight. But because Cirillo and Stones kind of get shoved out and Zinz gets picked, the call now is just like disengage. And this reminds me of the Karaoke, the Pain Gaming Furia game from the weekend, because normally the call here is, hey, Stones is low, Doom is low, forget this base, and then we try and defend against it. Normal call. Instead, they're like, Doom is just like, no, I will do this solo. Like, they are still poking around, but watch what Cirillo and Stones do. Cirillo and Stones don't hard commit. In fact, they actually call is abandon, Doom will smite steal. That's the call. And that's why we see Cirillo and Stones just walk out. Everybody just walks out, right? And Doom just gets it. That's, oh man, like, it's so freaking clutch. It's so insane. Because if they lose it here, Flamengo just roll them over, right? They just like walk into your turrets and take all your turrets. But because that happens, the game goes on. The game's gonna take longer. Okay. Sorry, let me read your comments right now. I was just so hyped by that. This game is good. This is legitimately a better game than what we saw in CBLOL this weekend most of the time. Talia always falls off hard in the late game. Yeah, even with Crypt Bloom, like for more buildy haste, even with Leandri's, it struggles. He did. I think at some point they had to commit to kill Doom if they wanted to finish the Baron. Yeah, but that's why I said like Flamengo played that so well, because you couldn't even commit to kill Doom. It would have taken you too long. You'd have to peel out, and so like they just kind of had to try and zone Doom. But Peko and Cirillo were able to actually like, kind of threaten anybody who wanted to step out long enough to buy space for Doom to get in. And Doom is really tanky. The only person like you spec armor a lot with this build. Like played Steel Caps, Frozen Heart. Yeah, sure, you got a Koenig Rookern, which means the only person on Flamengo who can guaranteed remove Doom, or not guaranteed, but easily cut through Doom, is probably Blackie, and Blackie's a burst champion who can't deal with Koenig Rookern. So yeah, really well played. Flamengo do pick up Elder for free, understandable, and I think Elder is the more important buff. But you can see like what Red is trying to do. They're trying to stall. They're trying to buy time. They've sent Pickle on that split push mission with TP. To try and push as fast as you can. Yeah, this is, I guess, when you regret that you didn't have AD LeBlanc, but I do think AP was the right call with this comp. And you can see how fast they're pushing in the corner as well, too. Peko is pushing much faster, much better. Oh, Zinz is actually going for the flank here. Zinz has Ghost, so you can't really catch him, actually. Oh! Wait, that was so good! Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, so this is insane. So first of all, Blackie needs help against Peko. So Nin actually recalled. And they had vision. Didn't have vision. Now they have vision. They know that this is a 3v4. That's why they're even with Elder on. And watch what Zinz does right here. Oh my goodness. This right there. Zinz autos Blackie and knocks Blackie out of his own. It would have ended so badly if Blackie could get the wall. Oh my goodness. Because of that, Blackie ends up in the back and Steps goes down because they got caught without the Weaver's wall cutting off people properly. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that's so sexy. Red is clutching up when it matters. It's so good. I was saying before this game that I have Red kind of low right now, my personal standings, because the first 2 weeks were not good for them. But last week and this week, I think Red have really stepped up. Win or lose, they're definitely moving up my rankings. I just need to decide where I want to put them. Because they are good. Damn. Yeah. And that just stopped an Elder. Right there. Like, Red won that because they got that pressure. I guess they lost the turret. So Flamengo technically won that, I guess. But if you're Red, you're happy with just losing that one turret against an Elder. You didn't lose your inhibitors. That's a win. Oh my goodness. Okay, Zinz is full build. Cirillo is full build. Steps is full build. Oh, damn. Yeah, Crescent Guard down again. It's a very short cooldown though, so it should be back up. But Goot's having to burn Crescent Guard like almost on cooldown because of fights. I'm gonna be honest, at this time, I think Cirillo can actually just sit inside the Crescent Guard and actually kill Goot. I mean, there's a Thorn Mill, but I think it's doable for LTR plus Bloodthirster plus GA. Yeah, Flamengo have not been able to find the sort of front-to-back fights they want to. One thing their comp is lacking is engage, right? Your engage is good just running into people, but you can't lock them down. So Red have just been kiting back in a lot of these fights. Red also kind of lack engage. Their engage is Doom also just running in and trying to... Oh, I like this. The attempted bait from Blackie. Okay. That's massive. That's huge. They have a numbers advantage. Flamengo should be able to fight this now, right? Right? Oh my goodness. You see, they don't have the engage. So even though they want to fight, they're having problems actually forcing Red to commit to them. Let's go. That's the engage we needed. Oh! Guys, okay. And this game goes on because they can't get the definitive picks they need. Wait, what the hell? I actually don't hate that call from Red. I kind of like it. It's risky, but they're just trying their luck, right? They're betting that Flamengo wouldn't check. Unfortunately for them, yeah. I think they just got outscaled this game. Like, this comp needed to pop off early with the LeBlanc Lucian Nami lane, but because screwed up early game happened for Doom, like this bot side did not take off. So balancing in this salvage shit, but it is a little bit too late, I think. If I listen barrier, shouldn't he have gone Ghost? Ooh. I see where you're coming from, Dark Knight. I think I personally would also have preferred Ghost, but I guess the idea here might be against the LeBlanc poke or the LeBlanc all-in. Like, barrier, if you survive, it's more important than being mobile and dodging out. Because again, hypermobility, right? There's a lot of mobile champions you probably can't survive. So even with Ghost, I don't think you can create enough space. Or I think that's what their thinking is that even with Ghost, you can't create enough space. I would have preferred Ghost, but yeah, I don't think barrier is egregious or anything. I think that's fine. Yeah, the moment Baron and Elder got picked up by Flamengo, I thought it was game over. But considering the composition, actually, how long was that game? I think Red played that 47-49, so not the longest game. Longest game in Academy is... Oh wait, it's 49 minutes. This was... Oh no, yeah, that wasn't 49. Okay. Yeah, 49 minutes, Flamengo versus Liberty. Another Flamengo game. As you can see the draft here, I think both teams are really good. Like, this to me is... I don't like it, but I acknowledge that this is considered meta good. I don't like Lucian Nami that much. It's meta good. And so it's a good draft. The Milio Aphelios deny away was solid. It's good. But I really like the second ban phase where Flamengo banned Gnar because we've seen that as the counter. Picked Cassante and Red was just like, oh, but you forgot about TF, who's the new counter to Cassante. And Zinch just freaking ran over Cassante so badly. And then Xinjiao R5, like how often do we see R5 Xinjiao, right? Usually it's like high prio or not used at all. But saw this composition and was like, oh, yes, we 100%. Even under LeBlanc, it messes up LeBlanc too, because if you knock her backwards, she can't. Yeah, it's just really incredibly good play from these teams. Really solid drafting. I think Flamengo laned well. Their map movements were a bit sluggish early, but they did well after. The team fights were good. The X factor of this game, oh man, it was clutch. This whole game, like, it's clutch for both sides. And they, who do I give MVP to on this roster? Steps, right? It's gotta be Steps, I think. I want to give it Goot. No, it's gotta be Steps. Like with how the game ended up playing, it was Steps or bust, and it was Steps. Red, on the other hand, this was a really good game from them. The laning, which includes to me like the early jungle fights, was not. Doom screwed up, so that screwed up their laning as a whole. So, like, they should have had all 3 winning lanes. They only had 1.5 winning lanes. I'll give them a 4 because I think, yeah, it screwed up early. You feel like Flamengo is lacking something? Feels like the games always go to crazy lengths. Kind of. I agree. I think they remind me a lot of Pain Gaming Academy right now, where it feels like they draft for mid to late game, or they play for mid to late game. They don't always draft for it, but they play to mid or late game. And that means that their early games often they aren't that aggressive. And that's why, like, I think the games go long, because when they start making aggressive plays, it's already like 20 plus minutes usually, like 20 minutes, and then you still need some time to close out. So I actually, let me double check something here. This is Academy. I just want to know who's got the longest average game times. So it is Flamengo, yeah, by about 2 minutes. That's actually significant. What are their drafts? Okay, no, this is the wrong way to go about this. Flamengo Academy. I want to see what their drops are like, because I want to say that they're mostly picking for mid to late. Oh, there we go. Okay. So their picks, yeah, they had Smolder game, they had Azir Aphelios game, Smolder game, Aphelios Ori, they have Corki. This one's more of an early game. Actually, I wonder what this... I feel like this would have been a faster game for them. The INTZ one. Flamengo INTZ. Where is that? Flamengo Liberty. Flamengo INTZ. Damn, no, I'm wrong. This game went long. Yeah, this is an early game comp, and I guess they didn't execute. Well, they were also up against Senefine, so okay. Understandable it dragged out, but that's not on them, I guess. It's out of their control. Yeah, so most of their drafts do look like skilling drafts that come alive in the mid to late game. And then the ones that aren't, well, they lost one, and the other one got mashed into a Senefine combo, so. Yeah. I think partially it's just the comp one split for that. Wook's Nin can only play Cassante. I actually don't remember. I just closed the window, so hold on, let me open it again. Nin, no, he plays Aatrox too. He doesn't. He's won 1 game on it, but he technically plays Aatrox too. But he has 100% win rate on Cassante. That is a good observation. Red map movements were good. The idea was good. They just screwed up early, and that screwed everything up. So I'll give them a 5 for that. The team fight, honestly, for the composition they had, I think they played the team fights really well. And the X factor was massive for them. I really liked it. I think it's got to be Zinz for me, because Zinz TF like hard carried that game. So yeah, I really like where Red's at. I'm gonna move them up for sure. I think We can't put them above Flamengo because they just lost to Flamengo. I think I can put them below Flamengo. Yeah, I think I'm okay with this. Yeah. I kind of want to put them above Loud after that performance because I think Flamengo and Red both played that game super well. But at this point, you need to ask what top laner doesn't play Cassante. You know who doesn't play Cassante Dark Knight? Batao. Batao. Has he played a single game of Cassante? He played Gwen. I was actually super happy. He carried on Gwen. Or he did really well on Gwen. I can't say he carried, but yeah, Batao has not played a single game of Cassante. Just saying. Yeah, I'm a little bit harsh on him for the Garen picks. I'm sorry, I'm traumatized, and freaking Robo made it worse. Okay, Zinz is good. I am happy with what we're seeing from Zinz. Pico is clutching up. Super happy with that. Has been having good macro, but his micro needs a little bit of work at times. Yeah. Their laning still isn't the best in the league, but it's getting better. I'm okay with this. So laning can be a problem. Yeah, this Red Academy roster has been growing so much from week to week. I'm pretty happy watching them as a team. Like, individually, they're all improving a lot. Yeah, Nin's an absolute unit on Cassante. This continues. We are week 4. So that's game 10. No, game. What round are we in? Does anybody know? We are week 4, day 1, but we had a super week last week. So that's 4, 4, 3, 7. Today's 8. Game 8. Okay, round 8. I'm losing track of stuff. Wait, is it 8? No, it's game. Oh yeah, 11 rounds. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Looks to Kate Stars. Kate Stars is really good. Spoods, if you're here, Linkus is playing. Linkus, if one of you wanted to correct me, let me know. Hey, at least Robo already lost. There's not going to be talk about how viable it is. That's true. Oh yeah, I forgot about Eno. Wait, Eno's replacing Ankrith? Why? Why are we doing this? I thought Ankrith was good. Spoods is here. So we get to see rookies today. I love seeing new players. Linkus, I don't know if it's the coaching staff or it's the scouting staff, but Kate Stars is incredible at finding new players. Like Leleko has been to me. And last split, Leleko was good, but I wasn't like he wasn't my top 2, you know? Top 3? Was he? Maybe he was my top 3. He was like either 3 or 4 for me. But this split, like Leleko hugely popped off. So I'm excited to see what Link is going to be able to do. Been here all night, including my offline era. Like, yeah, I just had to quickly shut down for a quick sec to try and fix my stream. For Fluxu, I think Ankrith was the best performing player up to this point. Yeah, Link is not new. He's been here for a while. Oh, I have not seen him. Hold on. Time to pull out the good old Leaguepedia. Academy champion Linkus? Wait. Okay, sorry. Because I only started watching Academy last split, right? So he probably won right before I started watching. Because I do not know who he is. Okay, guys. Okay, come on. The last time he played Academy was in 2022. For 9 days. Like, well, match history. Where's this guy? 2022 Split 1 playoffs was the last time Linkus played. So, I think it's fair that I don't know who he is. Because, yeah, 2022, I did not watch at all. I only started watching 2023 Split 2. So, 9 day good try. W7M, yeah, I heard that this entire team got promoted, right? Like, basically all their players got picked up by Academy teams. Oh, so Eno and Linkus won the same roster there. Interesting. That's funny. So the jungle mid synergy, they're going to be fighting each other. Nice. Yeah. I've seen Eno before. Gonna be honest, I am not high on Eno. I don't think Eno... But that was a couple of years ago. So we'll see how that goes. Let me just change my note. But yeah, I thought Ankruth was actually one of the best performing players on this Fuxu roster. So I'm actually that they replaced him. Forlin was the other one who I think has been looking good. Zoska has been like more hit than miss for me. I mean, dude, this guy almost got a 4th myth from me. The reason why he stopped playing after 2021 is crazy. You can talk about it later. Oh hell yeah, dude. I mean, you can just type it and while I'm checking stuff. Juliera has been not great. I think CBLOL has scarred him. So yeah, I think Ankruth was the best performing player. So I'm a bit surprised Enel is coming in. And then Kate Stars, we have Linkas, who I've now been informed is former champion Linkas. Okay. Excited to see these guys. Okay, let's see here. We have Nocturne ban, which is becoming a thing because of Ori Nocturne. TF ban from Cade Stars. That's interesting. Oh, okay. I see why they might have done that. That's actually really weird. Nice. Rel first pick. I like this. Is good. I've actually been liking the... I swear, Academy improves their drafts and improves their players faster and better than CBLOL does sometimes. Like, CBLOL does... Because I'm liking the fact that we're not seeing the weird, you know, like Nautilus first picks, you know, the very, like, telegraphed champions of where they're going to go. That said, I am not a fan of Nautilus into freaking Rel, but whatever. Like... I guess we don't want to show our hand, so we pick this and we pick Ori. That's okay. And again, it's the Nautilus Smolder combo. I also don't like this. Can we please stop doing Nautilus Smolder, please? I don't feel like this is a good lane for Smolder. Like, he's a kid. Let's give him a nice, loving, nurturing environment with enchanters, please. Okay. Then we pick LeBlanc into Ori. That's okay. That's also... Oh, that might not be okay. So, this is interesting. I actually don't like AP LeBlanc into Ori because I think Ori's shield negates a lot of that, and then Ori can get lane prio over LeBlanc, can outtrade in lane. So I think if you're running LeBlanc into Ori, it should be AD LeBlanc. But I don't think this is going to be AD LeBlanc because you have AD damage everywhere else on your team. So this will probably be AP. So not super happy with the draft coming through so far. Then we see the Varus pick here. That's fine. Then we go Smolder into it, which is also okay. We've seen this a couple of times. I think Smolder into Varus is good. You almost have to go Hill of Blades, Lethality, Varus, because you're not going to match the scaling of the Smolder later. Then we ban Renata, Ashe, okay. Because we think Rel is jungle. Okay. That makes me dislike this a bit more. And then we ban Gwen and Aatrox because we want to facilitate a tank. Okay, this suggests Cassante to me. When I see these bans, I think Cassante. Theti picks up Vi here to lock down either this or this. And then we pick Viego, which I'm okay with. Again, I think this is good setup for Viego, especially if this is Lethality Varus. I like that a lot. And then we pick Ornn because we want a tank, which, okay, I don't hate that. I actually think I prefer this to Cassante right now. Because you need some way to access the backline. And then we pick Camille into Ornn. This was an old match. It's good ball delivery. This entire comp is to facilitate Linkas. I kind of like it. Do we worry about skilling? We do not worry about skilling because Ori beats LeBlanc in lane and Ornn needs time to skill. Vi will beat Viego early. Yeah, okay, I'm fine with this. It wasn't Lethality Varus last time, Dark Knight. That was the problem. It should have been Lethality Varus earlier today, but they went freaking Lethal Tempo into a Smolder. Ball scale you. Okay. So K-Star's draft, I think, is a good solid reactive draft. It's really set up to facilitate Ori. Your Smolder is an okay pick here. I think Fluxu didn't punish it enough. So I'll give them a give them a 3 point about Camille. This is a me problem. This is not a draft problem. I don't know if Camille is good top right now. So I will give them 3.5 pending a 4 if the Camille works. Because I don't know. Like it used to work, but people keep telling me she's really weak now, and the few times I've seen her, she has not been good. The Fluxu comp is okay, but I'm not in love with it. Like, I liked the rail pickup. I don't like everything else they've done with this comp, basically. Yes, it is AP LeBlanc. We are running Electrocute. It is Lethal Tempo Varus. Camille's very good at side against LeBlanc. Can put her down with Vi very easily. That is true. That is actually true. You know what? Yeah. You're probably right, Wilkes. That probably is a 4-point draft. Yeah, I'll change it after, just in case we turn out to be wrong. But you're probably right. Okay, let me read back over what y'all typed in there. The reason why he stopped is crazy. For Academy, I think he's okay. Flamengo Esports, yeah, although it's a lot of stuff. Due to the format, maybe shorter regular split. Shorter regular split. Try hard, or you may lose your chance. Or 3 notifications, that's split too. Wait, sorry, who are we talking about going on about the format thing? Sorry, when I was breaking down the draft, I didn't look at the chat, sorry. So I lost the timing of that statement. Unless it's root, you hate Varus. I don't know, I think Varus is still good. I think you can build him different ways. I think his on hit is still a very, very strong scaling build. It's just that I don't think it works against Smolder because your spike timing is pretty close. So Varus is stronger for a short while, but the moment Smolder hits 225, then Smolder becomes a problem. And I think you can't punish hard enough in the lane to set him behind. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. For now, though, jungle is starting opposite sides of the map. Looks like they're full clearing. Where do you even go to gank, actually? Bot lane, I guess? Like, I don't know if you can gank this Ornn if you're Vi right now. Okay. I guess rumors of Camille's death have been greatly exaggerated. She looks fine in lane so far. I mean, granted, it's only the first 3 levels, but I don't think it gets better for Ornn, so. Talking about Academy's quicker to adapt. Oh, okay, that was the timing. Perfect, yeah. True. And I also think it's just that they're more willing to try new things, whereas CBLOL tends to be a bit, like, they want it proven better, I guess, before they do it. I don't know. Because even though Academy is shorter... Yeah, no, it is significantly shorter. I was thinking it's 11 rounds compared to 18 rounds. It is like almost half. Ooh, Tyrion takes a lot of damage on that. Good trade from Forlin. Caught Tyrion in the minion wave too, so the minions were stacking damage on. I was actually going to get more water in between the games, but all of y'all just showed up. So I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'll probably have to grab water after this game. Okay, I said it lanes. They're kind of going as we expected. For the most part, Camille is getting great pressure top side. Bot side Varus is getting a little bit of pressure, but not huge because, again, not... Mid lane, Zoska has a bit of an advantage, surprisingly to me. And might be able to maintain it. I think Lost Chapter is a better item to be sitting on than Tier, Amp Tome, and Refillable Pot. So, good for Zoska. I want to see if Zoska can actually rotate out and help other lanes do stuff, or if Enel will gank mid. Is Viego going Kraken? Asking for a friend. He's running Conqueror, so probably. I think so. I'm trying to think what else you build if you're running Conqueror, because Thunder Sky doesn't synergize that well with Conqueror. Wolk's biggest problem for Camille right now is the walls are too spaced from lane. At some spot, they just can just stay in place and she can't hit at all. She needs to manage the wave well. Yeah. I think also her damage didn't... Like, during the off-season, when a lot of top laners kind of got buffed and whatnot, or the items got buffed, Camille's didn't. Oh, Theiti got caught. Sorry, I'm just... Because I want to see if they had vision on this dragon start. Or was it blind?
significa que o buff vermelho ainda não está disponível. Mas tudo isso que a gente tinha falado como League of Legends é o jogo de turno, né? O turno da VKS agora. O show.
Yeah, they didn't have vision. Okay.
E tem endereço esse Hulk, hein? Tem que tomar
So that's just somebody, Enel, whether it be Enel kick, somebody had the good instincts to say that, hey, the AT's probably here.
junto com o Enel. A galera do Fluxo vai tentar contestar o problema que o Tati é o grande alvo.
Really good pick from Fluxo.
Já saiu pro Fluxo. Que agradece o dragão é dele. E agora tem lá na parte de
Ooh.
escapa, mas gasta o flash também.
Yeah, for Camille, the other thing too was like she needed Divine Sunder in the past, and that's when she like completely takes over the game. Sundered Sky is good, but it's not the same as Divine Sunder was. So for the 1v1, it's not quite as strong. It's better when people are ganking you, and the synergy with Camille wasn't as high. And I think people are saying that Trinity Force didn't work quite as good either. So her build path got disrupted. Yeah, and I guess the map changes made it even worse in the top lane. So at least that's what I was told by some of the North American tier 3 top laners.
Só esperando alguém apontar, e aí por isso o Kik também nem gasta muito tempo dele, dá o recall direto e volta pra base de boa. De olho pra ver se o Enel vai fazer o resto dos birubiru ali, ele já tinha feito primeiro, né? Tá com cara não, hein? Não tá com muita cara não.
Yeah, but we see a Sheen pick up here, so I guess it's Trinity Force then?
Mas seria legal. Lá no topo o Tati
I don't know.
pra poder ajudar o Tiny, porque o Tiny tá com a vida bem detonada. Você vê como mudou um pouquinho já a rota, né? O Forlin já
Yeah, but huge on Forlin to actually win out somehow. Tyrion TP later too, but Forlin somehow winning this lane, so that's massive. Waves are also pushing, not sure about risking for Dragon. Yeah, I think the AT just thought he could sneak it with lane pressure, or with the bit of lane pressure he had prior to that. But I think he took too long, and so they kind of just lost all that lane pressure. New old Ravenous Hydra is very good in the past. Yeah, that's true. I don't know if it's first item worthy though, but yeah, I would expect a Hydra item, yeah, to come in. I'm just thinking, would you even run a Profane Hydra on her? Probably not, because you need to deal with the Ornn, but I could see a Profane Hydra angle if you didn't have to deal with the tank in your lane. Yeah, I don't know much about Linkas, so I can't comment. So far, it's just been a very boring laning phase because you're an Orianna. That's just what happens against LeBlanc. I remember Enel, and one thing Enel I remember him for was always his aggression. For better or for worse, this guy would be aggressive. I think the Enel that stands out most for me was the Loud Enel. I think he played in another team after that, but ooh, insta cleanse, great from Mortius. Yeah. And on Loud, Enel looks so disconnected from the rest of the team because he was hyper aggressive. Ooh, Kick finds a great engage. Damn, Gate Stars, what happened to y'all? Y'all looked incredible last week with Takui. Now it's like you have a new mid laner and you all start trolling your new mid laner? Come on, bro. Like, Linkus is just farming mid. Yeah, last week during the Super Week, I was super impressed by how Kate Star seemed to have like a really strong game plan and idea of how they wanted to play it based on Takui's pressure in the mid lane. So far this game, Theiti griefed the dragon a little bit there and has been behind the curve. It's been Enel who's been making all the moves, and I like it for Fluxu. I wonder if they can keep it up is the other question right now, and I'm wondering how Kate Stars are looking to answer. Theiti is now level 8. Cease and Desist has been available for a while, and we haven't seen any of the gangs come through. So over for us, ripping up your Kate Stars Academy. Oh, okay. So speaking of Jersey's foods, this last weekend I was complaining about the Jersey situation, the fact that I can't get it because I'm in Canada. So Rose actually offered to ship it from the States for me, like order it into the States and then ship it up from the US into Canada for me. It's not cheap, but they were saying that it's not that expensive either, actually. And then I went to the Pain website to order, and I realized that I could not even order. I need... Oh, bye-bye, Tellus. Man, yeah, Kate Stars are looking a little bit lost there. Like, why is Tellus... Sorry, I'll get back to the story after. I just want to watch why Tellus. Because you just lost all control here, right? You saw Kick, you saw Enel, and you saw Juliera when they hit the ward. And then Tellus is just like, geez, I know there's 3 people here. I'm going to walk up. Question mark? That's a little bit odd, to say the least. Yeah, I don't know. That's... yeah, I don't know what's going on with K-Stars. I'm very, very confused. So yeah, I tried to go to the Pain Gaming website to order a jersey, and you need some like number from, like, I guess like a citizenship number or something to order a Pain jersey. So I couldn't do that. And I would try to email Pain Gaming to ask like, hey, I'm trying to buy your jersey. How can I do that as a foreigner? And the email on their website doesn't work. I was like, dang, nabbit. So I went to their Facebook and found a different email, which also doesn't work. So I have no way of contacting Pain Gaming to buy a jersey. It's like literally take my money, and they just will not, I guess. Very off game from Cade spot. Yeah. Let me check the number here. Classic. Yeah. Yeah. Man, I just want to be a Pain fan. Is it that hard to be a Pain fan? I stuck through with them for 3 splits while they have finished second and crushed our dreams against Loud, and they just crapped up again this week, and I'm still wanting to buy their jersey, and they won't even let me support them. Big Sag. Yeah, you know what? I should just switch to a VCS fan. They've got some nice jerseys over in the VCS. Gam had some really nice jerseys. I actually wanted to buy one, but yeah, I'm not really a Gam fan. So I was just like, yeah. Also, they beat Pain. They beat Loud, so I was like, let's not support the opposition right now. Yeah, well, they're cheap for if you're shipping within Asia, I guess. But for me, like the shirts are cheap, the shipping is expensive. But at least they do ship up here. So, okay, Tyrion gets caught. Wait. Did Tyrion grief or did Tyrion just? Okay, Tyrion. Tyrion low-key grief, but it's okay. Okay, wait. Let's analyze this game because now this is now 4-0 and Kcers are looking lost AF. Like, yes, the bot side is also griefing a little bit, but this is not the Kcers we saw last week. They look very confused as to how they want to play. Like, this feels like a bit of a desperation move. It's working out, but like, so the setup to this, Kcers have full control over the side right now. They are waiting for somebody to walk into. And they see Julien kick. They've got Theiti here. They don't know where Zoska is. So this from Kcers is not the most beautiful setup. It is a basically, we are falling behind. We need to scrap now before Fluxu cash out. And they force basically a 3v3. It's actually really close. Luckily, Linkus gets there. And Fluxu don't have enough damage to end the fight before people get there. So we trade Herald for that. Fluxu is still up ahead, but that's good to see Kcers still setting up for a play at least. So I'm just going to skip the replay. I already replayed it. Not sure about the number you were talking about. Here. Next break, I will go to the Pain Gaming store and show you what I mean. Yeah. Yeah. And I should get sponsored by Pain if I'm going to their website in the middle of a stream. Yeah, CPF I think is the one that they needed. It's like a mandatory number or something. Actually, let me double check. Was it the CPF? Yes, it was a CPF number. What they needed. I have no clue what that is. And then like when I tried to Google it, it brought me to like a government website in Portuguese, and I was like, Okay, Herald driven. No, not that CPF, Monka. Spoods. What is CPF in Singapore anyways? What? I can't remember what fund it is. I just remember that like it gets locked and you can't take it till you retire. Oh. Man. Okay, what is this? Sorry, I'm so distracted this game. Okay, Tyrion's doing the right thing as the Camille. You're winning out. You've got that Trinity Force. What is happening down here? Kcers had the setup for Dragon. How did we lose setup? Why is Fluxu now in here? Okay, so we set up before Dragon spawn, and then we reset on the lanes. Oh, that's why. We went to go trim waves on the side. And then Herald came in. Okay. So, Kcers lost control over mid when that happened. And Theiti and Linkus, they disconnected again. Yeah, this Kcers looks very disconnected right now. Like, Theiti gets caught out around Dragon again. Like, if you're moving, you need to move together as a team. I'm not quite sure why we're like splitting and kind of going in separately like that. Especially when Theiti's like behind right now. The gold is still pretty even because Tyrion was managing to split push and getting like a ton of gold as well in pocket. So the game's not over, but it is getting kind of desperate. And my concern is I need to see how many stacks are on Mortius I don't know if Mordius hits his power spike in time. If the next fight at Dragon happens before Mordius hits his power spike, I think Juliera will be in his power spike. Like that very small window I was talking about where lethal tempo versus it has 2 items, which is when you're fully online, versus Smolder who needs 225 stacks. Central Provident Fund, yes, of course. Provident. Why does the government always use such weird odd words in Singapore? Certificado de pessoa física. It basically means I exist. Physical person. Oh, okay. Can foreigners get that? Like, is it easy to get it? Or if not, I don't know. Does paint even ship outside of Brazil? I'm starting to think they don't. I just assumed everybody ships to the US, but I don't know, man. Just, you know, going through government bureaucracy for a jersey. Yeah, right. Can you believe it? Oh? I don't think there's any kill threat there. Singaporeans with a Singlish accent, sometimes instead of saying government, we pronounce it garment, which I know some people have made fun of as saying like it's a garment. So being an ex-Singaporean, I'm surprised it's not surprising that, you know, have to use the garment to get garment. Yeah, they don't ship out of Brazil. Are you crapping me? You're the biggest fan base in Brazil. Do you not want to grow international? Like, come on, guys. I'm crying in the club here. Does Loud ship outside of Brazil? Maybe I need to become a loud zitch. Loud zitch. Yeah, next time 4x4 goes to Brazil, I'm just going to ask 4x4 to pick me one up. If he ever goes to Brazil. Or if Sofchan is coming to North America. No, it's harder for Sofchan because like I'm not going to be able to meet her, I don't think, if she goes to the US. Your CPF. Thank you, Dark Knight. Appreciate it, buddy. I heard shipping like, from Brazil is pretty expensive. The last time Riot Brazil shipped us some stuff, apparently that there were like they had to pay fees, and in Canada I had to pay extra fees. I was pretty pissed about that because the Americans and the UK people didn't have to pay extra fees, but Canada's got to be special. Okay, this game has become kind of odd. It's like a 4v4 plus Terran. Okay. Oh, the damage is coming through. Nice. Yeah, Kate Stars have already hit their skill point. Mordius has hit 225 stacks, 248. Yep. Okay, they're online. This game, oh my goodness. If you erase, like Kate Stars should win everything now. But all the team fights, sorry, they should win. But the early game was brutal watching Kate Stars play that. Fluxu and played really well early. And I think for Fluxu, like this is just team fight comp finds team fight, and Smolder doesn't get killed. So Smolder, you can see the execute damage trying to come through already. It's huge. Yeah, we're seeing the Shojins. I like this build more and more. I actually didn't like this build at first when I saw it, Essence Reaver Shojin, but I am appreciating it more and more because of the tankiness it gives you. Oftentimes, you're surviving the initial burst, and then you can reposition quite easily, flap, 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 and then that gives you time. So, I've come to like this build a lot more, the more I see it. Kate Stars should win team fights. I think for Fluxu now, they need to continue trying to find picks. And I think they need to be a bit more proactive with setting up their wave states so that they can try and punish Tyrann on the side lane. Right now, they are grouping and not pushing out their side waves first. So Tyrann is getting like perma threat and prio, which means Fluxu can't really fight or contest stuff. Paint shipments through Lupo, I think they only ship domestically. Yeah, you don't even get the option to select country. Guys, I need to find a different team to support. Does Kate Star ship jerseys international? Oh my goodness, dude.
Isso vai ser legal pro Fluxo poder contestar essa composição da Cage, cresce bastante. Vou acompanhar. O jogo é cheio de detalhes, meus amigos, mas aquela vantagem de ouro virou de lado.
Okay, enough crying. I need to focus on this game. I think we've actually caught up to life now at this point. Okay. Yeah, so this is kind of I mean about like they're not addressing their side lanes well. So you see Forlin just kind of push this here and then stop. And he can't push any further because he's Ornn into a Camille. So need to start doing is bouncing, like they need to push up as 5 like what we saw in the mid lane, and then immediately go and push the side lanes to buy space and time. It's really annoying, but if you don't do that, then Tyrant's just going to split push you to hell and back, right? And the build is kind of like what you're talking about, Wilkes, the Ravenous Hydra build coming through there. Yeah, so you get really fast pushing wave clear with Tyrion, so you just... And your team fight is also worse. So if Fuxu want a team fight, they need to have all 5 members and get a numbers advantage, basically. Also, Eno will need to find a flank angle onto Mortius. Or Zoska. One of the two of them need to kill Mortius right from the get-go. Potentially even both. It's kind of tough. See, the group S5 is fine, but right here, like, okay. So we start rotating Forlin up here, which is like, oh, sorry, wrong button. Damn, now okay, I was trying to speed this up, but you know what? I'll play it slow because I'm pressing the wrong buttons. All this time is happening. Fluxu's doing nothing. Tyrion will start split pushing on you soon. And your Baron take, okay, your Baron take's not bad actually because you have Rage Blade of the Ring King, but that's a lot of time wasted. And Kate Stars don't need to beat you; they just need to stop you from doing this. Yep, Mom just comes across, does the damage, and Gage comes through. There we go. And then Tyrion TP's in late. But it's okay. Oh, that shockwave was sexy from Linkas. Wow, how does Kate Stars train their mid laners? All 3 of them play Orianna so well. Yeah. See, that's the problem for Fluxu. Because even if they won the fight... Oh, no. Oh, Fluxu did so well early too. And then here we go. Okay, this game's over. Kate Stars have come online. Yeah. Tukui, Leleko, Linkas, all of them play Orianna really well in these team fights. Huge props to Kate Stars. I don't know how they're coaching them, but yeah, that's Yell Magic, that's her. Put a coupon in their store, Muro Bike, so short wall is used to fans jumping from a team from one team to I mean, to be fair, if I had to change teams right now from Pain, I probably would change to Kate Stars. They are looking really good. And not just like in CBLOL, but even here in Academy too. One of the reasons why I was so critical of Kate Stars' early game is also because of what we've been seeing from them. This entire split, Kate Stars' early game has been so good. This is the first time they looked kind of lost. But even then, like their mid to late game is really solid. Their team fighting is really solid. And the ability to play around the split push is one of the better teams I think we've seen in CBLOL. CBLOL Academy party. Like allowing Tyrion space and time to go for that push. Like Aaron right there, 4v5. I'm not worried if they like lose people there. Because they don't have to win the fight. They just have to stop Fluxy from doing it. And then Tyrion will just take everything in the base, right? So, like, the Katers are playing really, really well. And it has to be a CL Magic, right? Because they improve so much between last split and this split. But Spoots, that's only if I were to move away from Pain. But I don't think Kate Stars delivers to Canada either, so. Well, what was the third item? I saw Tunneler. Is it Thunder Sky? Okay, we're pulling the trigger here. But there's nobody flanking. Like, look at Mortius. Mortius is untouched. Yeah, Mortius just rains fire down from above. Props to Mortius, but Mortius got 225 stacks really quickly, actually. I think he got it around 21 minutes. We've been seeing, I think in CBLOL Academy, dude, that's the second pentakill. Oh, that's the second pentakill today, and that is Mortius's second pentakill of the split. That's, okay, Mortius is, I'm pretty sure we're going to see him in CBLOL very soon. One way or another. Pentakill! Yeah. That's crazy. Wait, what was the build? Sorry. For Ori. Yeah, Thunder Sky. Okay. Yeah, it's what I expected. I think you can only build this build into tanks. I feel like if you tried to play this into Cassante, into Aatrox, you just get your face beat in too early. Because I feel like the Trinity Force spike wasn't that strong for Camille. Like, Forlin was still handling that. Okay. Okay, let's quickly... Because I do want to grab water before the next game. Their rankings. Linkas, first look, he can play Orianna. Good.
Cara, eu sinto que esse last pick trabalhou muito. Essa Camille no last
The laning didn't look like amazing from Linkas, so I'm gonna withhold judgment on the laning so far. But the Orianna team fights were good. The patience with the ball, really, really good. Laning from Cade Stars. Guys, this was not good. The laning was very not good. Okay. Should I say that? No, I think the individual laning was okay, but it's like the early game was bad. So do I put that under map movements or laning? I'm gonna put it under laning, but understand that it's not the individual laning. It's the way they played the early game. Actually, I'll penalize both ends, both map movements and laning. But their team fight was just too damn good. X Factor. The X Factor wasn't huge. Like, nobody did anything crazy. Comp was good, so. And I give this to Morty as he got pentakill. Oh, so he did not grip the game that he did. So. Oops. Wow, this is a very low score. The early game. Speaking of CL, he is now... Sheppy's podcast is MD3, right? Or MD5? MD3? MD5? Sorry, I got the numbers mixed up. I don't remember if it was a best of 3 or best of 5 for his podcast. But yeah, and he's gonna speak English, right? So I'll probably go watch it after. I watched his interview with Dr. Respawn as well. I do try and catch, like, I'm kind of happy that Coach CL is very open with all of these things, and he does a lot of the interviews in English because I can actually kind of follow and listen and watch, you know. The laning for Fluxu was actually pretty good. Your map movements were good, and then you had 0 team fight. This comp, they just could not find a team fight to save their life. Okay, I don't think I've given a 0 before, so I'll give it a 1 because 0 seems kind of extreme. I'll give you a 2-point X factor for NO. I thought the early game was really good from them, but everything after that was kind of meh. They did not find a flank a single time this game. Like, this was the closest thing they found to a flank. Literally, I don't think they found a single other flank, so it's hard for me to... Yeah, if you pick this comp... Oh wait, I forgot to update the... I'll give them a 4, because they played that comp really... They played the comp well when they actually finally did it. This draft should have been better, but I'm going to drop 0.5 because I guess it's worse than I thought. It really didn't work out how I thought it would. And maybe that's the players, maybe that's me. I'm not sure, but it was not good. So, sorry, Fluxu. NO, aggressive early.
Esse executar dele é muito forte.
Ele matou o Shostka sem olhar pro Shostka, olha lá.
Olha lá. Opa!
É o pentakill Ronaldinho, pô. Ele tá
Okay.
batendo
D3, yes.
Mas é dragão, né, cara?
Yeah, the B5. So, I don't know. Like, on one hand, it definitely didn't work, to be fair. But also, I don't think anyone was expecting the Camille to come out. I think that is a pocket pick. So I can kind of excuse blinding the Ornn. And I did think the Ornn was not a bad idea to try and play into Smolder. It just never worked. So conceptually, theoretically, I could see how this might work. But like, I dropped it a mark because, like, half a point, because it really didn't do... Maybe my expectations of it were a bit inflated. Like, I thought it could do more than it actually could, maybe. Yeah, so I'll take off the half mark. And I'll take off half mark for myself. That was my fault. As well. I think I misread it. Oh, I've got to change the name of the stream. Oh. I need to change it for the next match, which is Tropa and Liberty. You get to Mortius? Yeah, okay. We couldn't give it to anybody. Okay, I am quickly going to grab some water and take a quick bio break. I'll be back for the next game, so be right back, guys.
E aí só coroou, né? Ele tava 4-0 logo antes do Penta, teve mais uma fight, teve pentakill, aí fez a diferença com esse Smolder. Pique problemático pro Morteus, tá? Tá.
Tem que ficar de olho, galera, e tem que ficar de olho no próximo jogo também. Já tá aqui embaixo, ó, tropa contra Liberty. A produção já me avisou que vai ter um Draven na próxima partida. League of Draven no próximo jogo. Segura, porque o intervalo é muito rápido e a gente já volta na pegada pro próximo jogo.
Sabe como podemos mudar o jogo que a gente tanto ama? Incluindo todos que também amam jogar. Fazer a diferença nesse game passa pelas nossas mãos.
E pelas mãos de todos que querem o melhor para essa comunidade.
Porque quando a gente abraça outros players, transformamos a nossa rede de apoio em uma comunidade que se apoia como um todo. E damos voz a quem tem o poder de transformar nosso jogo.
É por isso que um campeão de verdade escolhe abraçar a diversidade.
E isso não tem preço.
Do zero ao pro. Toda lenda precisou começar. É que pra entrar nessa rota tem que bancar a paixão. Se é pra jogar, trampar ou curtir, o Santa vai junto com você nessa. Pra você bancar o seu game até quando não estiver jogando. Mas a primeira jogada é sua. Banque seu game com o Santa.
Okay, hey chat, I'm back. Chat, everyone, did y'all do anything while I was away? Did y'all ruin anything? Break anything? Get back just in time for the next game. Yeah, sorry, it took a bit longer than I expected because my mom made food, so I took food because I'm hungry. It's lunch. It's like 2 o'clock here, West Coast, and I haven't had lunch, so I just grabbed food while I was up there. She made tteokbokki. Tteokbokki? I don't know how to pronounce it. Like, it's the Korean rice cake stuff. It's good. Okay, let's see where we are at. Tropa. Oh, they're 2 and 5. Oh, that's surprising. Versus Liberty, also 2 and 5. So it should be fairly competitive. Oh, right, the SKB roster. Okay. I want to see Draven. We've started dropping the Draven ban against the Andrin, so I'm fingers crossed that we see a Draven show up at some point. Tropa, honestly, I'm very actually disappointed. I thought this roster would do better. I really thought it would. With names like Avenger on it, and like Soweto, and even Orobo has like some weight to that name as well, or Skybart. You know, like I thought this team would do better. This team looks lost. Like, they dropped comps and then they don't play around the comp. It's really weird watching them. Like, mechanically, they're struggling to me almost as hard as INTZ, but they are better than INTZ. Yes! We did it, boys! We manifested it! Draven for Leandro, let's go! Oh my goodness. So hyped for this. Like, I love seeing one tricks get their one tricks. Okay, wait, I need to see the rest of the drop. So they banned the Vlad. Okay, so Kina's never getting that. Maokai Ash. Okay, solid. A lot of mid lane focus. Okay, I think this feels almost like overkill. Just to pick an Orianna, we banned all of this to pick this. Okay. That's okay. That's interesting. Kalista first pick. And then we answer with Draven. Okay, I love it. I actually love it. This is a good place to pick Draven. And then we run Talia, Renata. Okay. I think Renata is actually one of the best champions at dealing with Draven. That Draven picked up. Yeah, this becomes high prio. I actually would have almost to see like Renata Draven right for the first two picks. But then I guess you give up Orianna and you pinch the pool so tightly. I don't know if Kina... I think Kina's played... Sorry, let me just check what Kina has played. Kina is on Liberty Academy. GG. Yeah, that's right. Kina has played Talia. So I feel like you could have just gone Renata Draven here instead and given up the Talia side of it, the Orianna, and then pick Talia yourself. That's fine. And we go for Cassante, R3. I like the idea. We ban out Gnar. Twisted Fate's open, guys. Like, or a boy could have picked Twisted Fate here if you want it. And so we ban these two out. That's okay. And then we end up answering with the Aatrox, which I think is less okay. But oh, and we pick a Varus. Hold up. Varus support for Momochi? Is that what we were looking at? What the hell? Oh, yeah, Rel open to R5. I'm okay with that considering what they wanted to prioritize. Like, to me, if you pick Rel early, it's for flex, right? And because we saw the Renata, Rel is not, like, amazing into Renata. It's okay. So I think the priority falls off a lot once that Renata kind of got snuck. This Liberty draft is spicy. And I'm here for it. I'm assuming that, yeah, that's support Varus with... Yeah, because that has to be Draven for Leandro. That's not a top Draven. This is not Zamudo. And Cassante has to go top. So, okay. Yeah, Liberty's playing. They're cooking. They're cooking. I like it. Tropa's comp is standard. It's okay. I'm not super hyped on it. I think they drafted some answers like Renata, Vi, both good into Draven. Not bad. Talia should lane well into Ori. Yeah, I think Tropa did. They did okay with their draft. I'll give them a 3 for the draft. Also giving them a 3 because I'm still trying to think in my head how this... how does this Liberty draft work? Yeah, I'm just still trying to, like, what the... Like, genuinely, how is this... Like, we outpoke in the bot lane, I guess? And then we get kill threat with... You know, like... Chains of Corruptions, I guess? Oh, I think there's a technical delay. This, they're vamping. Yeah, I skipped forward, and they're still not out of draft yet. Okay. Yeah, and a large part of the reason why I'm hesitating too is because while individually these are good answers, like Aatrox we've seen outskill the Cassante, have a lot of impact later, like Vi and Renata both kind of shut down the Draven point and click. It's hard for Draven to play around these. Talia individually shuts down an Orianna. The Kalista is just generally a good lane pick. My big problem with the Tropa draft is that I don't feel cohesion. Like, what do you want to do? You want a team fight? Like, Aatrox, Kalista, and Renata want a team fight. But Talia and Vi want to get picks. Here is that if it comes down to a team fight, I think the Orianna Shockwave plus Varus could completely destroy them. If that was an AD Varus. If it's support Varus, I actually don't know how that works. So it feels like Liberty, just with the Orianna pick alone and Rel pick, are already as strong a team fight team as Kalista, Renata, Aatrox. And you don't have a lot of, like, great setup for the Aatrox to kind of go nuts either. That I feel like the team fight aspect's almost the same. And Tropa's comp doesn't feel that cohesive. I have to see the Talia really pop off. Like, Yeah, to raise this draft to a 4 to me, and certainly not a 5, because I don't look at this draft and go like, hey, like, Liberty's unplayable. Like, no. At best, you're gonna get a 4 from me, and you got to prove it to me right now, because I'm not seeing it. That's it. This bot lane is super weird to me. I don't see how it works, to be honest. Like, the best I can think of is Momochi pokes, and then Momochi pokes, the Andrew kills. That's it. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but I'm excited, super hyped and excited to see the Andrew Draven, because anytime somebody gets like weird things banned against them perma, like, you've got to be really good, right? Right? That's how it works. Like monos. I mean, I've watched enough CBLOL.
que vão fazer esse trabalho melhor do que a Thalia, mas a Thalia, como você falou, ela controla muito bem o terreno e tenta evitar que o jogador adversário jogue. Se você pensar que tem um Draven, também não tem esse alcance todo, Colossus, é relativamente ok, é relativamente legal para poder pegar ele.
Hey, we're loading onto the rift.
É um jogo de nuances, cara. Não é assim, a gente tá falando sobre composição de um lado ou de outro, mas é um jogo com muitas nuances aqui.
Okay. 2 more game. Let's go. Oh, but I did not notice. We have another new. Okay, is that a name I should know? Because I don't recognize the name. Oh, and a new support as well. Vavo we've seen before, actually. Which team was Vavo on? Was it? I don't know why I capitalized it. We've seen Vavo before. I remember them playing with Sant, I think it was. Last split. But Benjay or B Benjay, I have no clue who this guy is. So that should be interesting. Oops, wrong button. I shouldn't go to live. Yeah, Valve Academy, that was the one. Yeah, I just remember Vavo and Sant as a bot lane together, but I did not remember which team off the top of my head. The second coming of BJ, Babinj. Bibenge? Hold on, let me try and match the. Man, the weird capitalization. Gigo used to go by like all caps, and now Gigo only capitalizes the first letter of his name. Tinons doesn't capitalize his T. Like, Brazilians have weird capitalization of the names. Yeah, it's a support Varus, holy crap. Yeah, Babo, I recognize. But Benjay, I have no clue who this person is. Looking them up on Leaguepedia right now. They played. Okay, they're newer. They've played in Super Copa IDM 1 and Experience League group stage. Oh, hold up. Okay, wait. Oh, that flash! Those flashes! Oh my goodness! Wait. So many. Grantar spoke in English. So many flashes. Yo, can you guys hear the background sound, by the way? Like, I have it turned really low, so I'm not sure if y'all can hear it at all. But yeah, Grantar basically said something in Portuguese and then ended it with so many flashes in English. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, I normally have it pretty low so that like I don't have to shout to be heard over it, but yeah, it was just that comment cracked me up when I heard it. Oh man, this is what happens when a one trick gets their champion, right? Like, it distorts the game around them. I love that Tropa tried to go for this. Like, it was a good start of the game, Soweto just stealing away blue buff. But now it's like in such an awkward situation. Oh, Leandrin might die here. Oh, that was clutch. Leandrin did not have flash though. That's just straight up dodging fancy feet. Bro, let me eat. I'm trying to eat right here and these guys are fighting non-stop.
inferior do mapa, e além disso, o Levizinho também não tinha parado o farm. Ele tava fazendo os Krugs, conseguiu negar recurso pro Soweto e aquela primeira gracinha, aquele primeiro arapuca do Soweto, mas virou
Okay, things should calm down a little bit. That did set the junglers quite far behind though, so that's going to be quite interesting. The gang timers, I think, are actually going to be messed up for trying to affect the lanes.
Metade do farm do Levezinho. Claro que nesse início aí a gente tem que ficar muito de olho, mas a tendência é que o Levezinho tenha certa vantagem para seguir no jogo, para fazer essa
Momochi and SKB are the same person. I don't remember what Momochi looks like. They're cycling through, so I'll take a look at Momochi. I know what SKB looks like, but yo, Benjay is like something from the void. No, man. Momochi and SKB. Sorry. It's just the glasses. Yeah, but the glasses look exactly the same when they transition. That's funny. Okay, the jungles are going to meet again. Okay, so Soweto wins out the smite fight. And Soweto stole away Levizin's blue buff. So Soweto winning right now. Ooh, good punish from Kina. Yeah, Avengers laning has not been as dominant as I thought it would this split. I mean, considering that he's literally a Worlds player. Like he's won CBLOL, he's gone to Worlds, and somehow like he's not. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like he should be doing better in CBLOL Academy, you know?
Consegue essa primeira barricada e vai garantir espaço também para fazer o dragão. O time da Liberty tá numa boa nesse início de jogo, ótimo para eles, conseguiram segurar a onda. Se você pensar que é uma Kalista Renata que gosta de amassar a lane, eles foram completamente dominados.
Yeah, really well played by BJ. How do you even pronounce that name? I'm just gonna call them Benjay. Benjay and Vavo have done a really good job stopping this Draven from kind of going nuts in this bot lane. This is a really tough thing to do. I'm personally not sold by this Varus support just yet. We'll have to see if it ends up working better. Like I can see level 6 being an important power spike for this bot lane, but if at level 6, level 7, Leandrin and Momochi still can't take over the lane, then I'm really not sold. And I am a little bit worried that I think Renata on paper has lot which would mess up a potential engage from a Draven and even a Varus.
Tá voltando com teleporte agora o Oroboy, então eu acredito que o Soweto vai ter que deixar isso aqui passar, tá? Acho que ele não vai querer gracinha não. Mas tá, o Oroboy
just dropping a ward to track that gets disabled immediately. They can't even track how fast the grubs are going down. I will say I think Soweto has done a great job in the early game. He's basically taken over the early game. Levizin has fallen behind from the get-go. Continues to be a little bit behind. Levizin has a lot of utility later on, so even if you're down gold, it's not the end of the world. Okay. Avenger 6, I actually love this. Avengers walking away, I do not love this. Like, why don't we pull the trigger? You would have burned both their flashes. Big Sag, big Sag. Maybe because Vavo's behind in levels right now, they didn't want to go in on that, but...
Kalista tinha que estar na frente do farm, tinha que estar pegando abate, tinha que estar pegando barricada, pegando dragão, não conseguiu fazer nada disso, e aí vai ser difícil para ela no meio do papo.
Definitely one of our quieter early games, especially with a Draven in the game. That's not what I expect to have happen. Kina able to push out. That's significant because Avenger doesn't have TP backup yet. Oh. Momoshi's still no ult, so yeah. The ganks, the roams from this Varus support is just not... It just isn't going to be it. You didn't pick it for these roams. You picked it for lane pressure, and you pick it for later poke, but it's neither right now.
Olha só como é que a equipe da Liberty vai jogando com essa pressão da bot lane. Você constantemente vê o Levizinho andando no território do Soweto. Soweto não consegue ter essa parte da selva com domínio, e aí a Kalista vai ficando vendida aqui.
É, meus amigos, a situação pra Liberty vai ficando boa por conta do jogo que eles fizeram aqui na parte inferior.
Oh, one thing to note,
Lembrando
it's a
que
support
Liberty
item for Mochi came really, really late, like just off this back.
muito com esse
So
vale suporte. Vamos ver na sequência do jogo.
this bot lane is actually going to be further behind in gold if they can't get kills.
O máximo possível. Vem chegando o Levizinho.
Very much not ideal.
Aqui, mas Soueto tá colado. Soueto já deu de cara com o Levizinho, consegue encaixar uma pancada, mas é puxado, o Momot tá colado nele, não tem
Oh,
ultimate do
Tina
Vale.
moved first,
Levizinho
okay.
puxado, vai tomando os machados, mas o Leandrinho
Oh!
tá tão livre assim,
The flash from the engine backfired!
ficou travado.
Oh no.
Segunda bate, Soueto faz a boa demais e segura muito
Oh.
a onda.
Quase
Oh, this is kind of really bad for Liberty. Liberty picked like a heavy snowball bot lane, and they just committed so many resources into this, and it didn't work. Like, they didn't get a single kill. Chopa should be able to take off after that. Like, Levison was known the entire time, so they just kind of go for this. Kina roaming down, to me, was supposed to be the thing that kind of broke the thing, but yeah, the fact that, I mean, we talked about Renata really being able to mess up Draven, and the engine flashed sideways and then walked forward. Like, I get you're trying to get the last auto, but you walked right into a thing. It's kind of hard for Draven to play into Renata Vi. It's just really tough. And yeah, the early game was too quiet. Like, Levison needed to try and force gang spot, but I think because of the weird
E aí a
timer,
vingança total do Soueto, hein,
needed to farm to keep up.
nessa jogada fazer
And like I said, I think Vavo and Benjay did a great job just
forte aqui, o Soueto
making sure that the Draven couldn't take over the game. It's not the Kalista aggression we're used to seeing, but this is one of those weird situations where the pressure is not on Kalista to win the lane for a change. They're at least doing well, but disaster struck, yeah.
passa a ser relevante, fechou o primeiro item agora.
com cutelo de primeiro item.
That's the sad part. Like, that's why I'm excited to see Dravens, because they're usually explosive lanes, but then they're also such risky lanes, right? Because if you don't win, you lose, as far as Draven's concerned. Like, Kalista can at least still help secure objectives. She can still stack spears in the Ren, and she can still give you vision with those spirits, the sentinels. Lucian still does a decent amount of damage in the mid game. We've seen that with the culling. Draven, though, Draven is literally damage or bust, right? And it's auto attack damage, so
Ele já fez as trocas, agora sim ele vai capitalizando pouquinho em cima.
very, very high risk, high reward style champion.
Pouco mais tarde.
Veio tarde, sim. A gente vê isso, né? Quando você tem carregador suporte, esse ultimate aí foi pra comemorar do Momot.
Não, o Soueto saiu. O Soueto saiu com o quê? Foi otimista. Foi otimista.
O lance é o seguinte, pelo menos o dragão eles pegaram.
Oh,
O Soueto-
bye-bye, Leandrin.
Lindo ultimate, Leandrinho ficou travado, já era pra ele, ele é eliminado. E a galera da tropa vem de novo pra detonar.
These mid laners have had some very unfortunate roams.
Aquele ultimate.
First it was Kina coming down just to watch her bot lane die, and now Avenger TPs to find nothing.
Justamente pra
Didn't even get an assist. But also, yeah, literally unplayable game for Leandrin when both of these are focused on him.
povo sendo cobrado. Kina.
Ele usou um bom ultimate, travou o Avenger, ainda assim a troca é ruim pra ele. O Avenger vai mandando as pedradas.
Oh, almost.
Ela não veio, flash por flash. E fica a disputa.
Good job, Avenger.
O Avenger ganhou.
By the way, just to check in on top side, Oro Boy bought a freaking call. Because why not? This lane has been very low interaction. Their health bars are fairly healthy for the moment. Pretty much. It's only downhill for the Draven? Yep. I'm so sad too. Leandrin finally got their Draven, their patented Draven, and it just can't do anything. Oh, Oro Boy's losing.
Pra ganhar o buff. Levizinho vem fechando. O Kina tá próximo. Lembrando que o Kina não tem ultimate, mas essa cabeça fecha pra
Oh,
Kina.
Kina has no shockwave from the last fight against Avenger.
Garante a eliminação. A tropa do 15 começa.
I didn't see who got the void grubs.
Mata geral no bote. Faz a inversão pro topo.
Oh damn. Okay, so Soeto got one of them. Yeah, Tropa's getting everything. Well, they didn't get so not everything, but still.
O Oroboy também conseguiu muito espaço.
Weaver's wall is available, so Leandrin and Mochi can't push up too far. Like, they need to be backing now.
Aqui na parte de baixo, claro, a tropa 15 fez aquele foco total na parte de cima, então ficou um pouquinho exposto a bot lane do BBNG. Aqui na parte de cima tem treta, hein? Mas não é aquela grande treta. não.
É, a treta do top laner aí. Dificilmente vai sair pelo desse mapa aí. Tá tudo bem, tudo numa boa. De olho lá pelo bot, que a briga lá continua. Colossus. E o Leandrinho. tá
Blame the
no
Vera
que
support.
vinha falando.
Yeah, kind of. I just feel like if you wanted poke, for example, well, Karma was banned, I guess, but
72 stacks ali.
like, what other poke champions could you run here?
Duas vezes a passiva pela metade, né? Foi naquela primeira jogada.
Like, I'd rather you run a Braum actually here instead of this. Like, Braum Q does a surprising amount of damage. though it doesn't cut through minions. But look at the Varus piercing arrows. They don't do anything right now because you support. I don't know. I'm just not a fan. Like, I understand the idea. We've seen it, a carrier run it in LCK before. It's just... And you're kind of relying on the Draven to be the big carry in that situation. Oh, that was a nice interaction. Oh, if that had killed him, maybe. Oh, Momoshi can't land. Chains of corruption. Ay, 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 ay. Anything but Varus. Yeah, sorry. Morgor Lux, you're right. That would be even better. I don't know why my brain forgot they existed for a second. Yeah, if we're talking poke champs, those are way better. Or take a Brand, even, if you want a poke champ, you know? Like, Brand support's pretty strong. Zyra got buffed on this patch. So, oh, but they're not on that patch. They're one patch behind, never mind. So, but still, Zyra, it would be like Lux and Morgana. Yeah. We'll see how it goes. I mean, both teams, or not both teams actually. The engage from Tropa is probably going to be Fate's Call, throwing, and Vavel. So if they don't do that, I can see the poke from Varus maybe being effective in the mid game. Maybe. I just fear that they are so far behind right now that by the time you get the lethality to actually hurt, like, the enemy teams already started building armor.
A brincadeira é esse spike do Soweto, né? O quão mais presente ele tá e o quão mais diferença ele consegue fazer no jogo com a Vai. De novo, ele passa.
Okay, so the game's been kind of slow because of the bot lane early game, how volatile it is. So both teams have slowed it down, and the junglers, the odd start also caused a very quiet early game. But in 30 seconds, that should explode. Tropa is strong enough that they should be taking Dragon. And for Liberty, you kind of don't have a choice but to keep fighting. Because if you don't fight, you fall behind. And I fear that you do not win. Do they win the skilling fight? Because it's not like Tropa's skill is great either. Like, Aatrox outskills Cassante, but everything else is kind of just like even skilling. I don't know. But I do feel like for the Dragon at least, like, you want to try and play around the Draven as much as possible. You need to get those kills. And Tropa's not going to give that for free. If Tropa give that for free, I'm going to scream. There we go. There we go. Bye-bye, Leandrin. That Weaver's wall from Avenger, man. Dude, Avenger's trolling this game. I'm Talia and I'm helping. Puts down Weaver's wall. You get that? And then they're stuck here. They're stuck here. Like, that's hilarious.
O Leandrin jogar com o Draven. Não deixa, ele não tem espaço.
E aí não vem o abate do Draven, não vem o abate do Draven, perde os stacks todos de novo. A situação tá cada vez mais difícil pro time da Liberty, que talvez tenha uma esperança lá pelo top. De repente, se o SKB consegue derrubar essa torre, ficar cada vez mais forte, segurar a luta. Agora o Oroboy pode ser...
Yeah, some of these games for Liberty has been SKB or bust. This feels like another one. That's a great play from SKB. Yeah, I think SKB has to be the one who, like, steps up for this Liberty team right now, because the Andrew and Momochi have been completely shut down. Leveson is struggling to make action happen. Like, they are trying. Leveson's trying. It's just he can't find anything. And he has to set him up, I think, with this Orianna into this comp. Like, you the action. If it's not Leveson, it has to be SKB. So, well played from SKB. He is currently my Liberty Academy MVP this game so far.
Fechando por aqui, tem o apoio do Vavel. O Kina ficou travado, cercado. Ele vai tentar jogar a esfera pra cima do Avenger. Já saiu.
Okay.
Mas não tem jeito, atordoado e eliminado. O Avenger é quem bate por último. É quem comemora e garante a eliminação.
A parte dele ele fez ali. O moral ele conseguiu.
Tropa find another pick.
A Liberty aproveitou muito dessa deixa que foi criada. Vai passar a reta da morte lá pra parte inferior, mas não vai pegar ninguém.
Essa reta aí não mata ninguém.
Ele foi pra parte de baixo, mas não.
And to criticize Tropa as well, equally, like, oh my goodness, Momoshi, please land a freaking chain of corruptions, please.
Mais o Arauto
Oh, wait. There's a chance for Leandrin to get a kill. Okay. Cashed out one. Okay, Leandrin's on the board. Let's go. I actually want to see the goal difference between the two of them right now, because Benjay is up like kills and assists, but so they lost some of their stacks. 7-1. Bro. I swear it's baked into the Brazilian psyche now. Every time you'll see 7-1 somewhere. Mike has been cutting out a lot today. Like, is it just this game, especially, or even last game? Because if it's this game, it might be because I have food in my mouth. But if it's from last game, then I don't know. It's been all day. Damn, I don't know what's wrong with it. I don't know, Spoots. It's a very obvious cut. Damn, that bad? 10 seconds. Okay, I don't know. Oh, SKB, SKB? MVP, MVP? Here we go. Oh my goodness, SKB is actually trying to carry these fights. Yeah, without Leandrin, they just don't have the damage to continue these fights. Watching Liberty play out these fights right now. SKB did so much work there. Yeah. Righto, please, Cassante OP. I mean, they are nerfing him again, right? Was it this patch or next patch? I think they're nerfing him a bit more. That's it. Yeah, I was going to criticize Tropa a little bit before I was informed that my mic is criticizing me and cutting out on me. Yeah, they have all these kills. They have this advantage, and they just don't push the pressure on the map anywhere. It's so weird. Like, they're just letting these engages happen to them. It's a 5v5. It really shouldn't be this one-sided. In fact, Tropa actually had a small goal lead leading up to this fight. Now it's swung the other way, but... And that's my criticism with Tropa a lot, is... You have a comp, but you don't seem to know how to execute the comp properly. Like, this comp is not a bad teamfight comp, right? Especially when Liberty's a little bit split. Kina's not there yet. Kina's taking the turret. I don't know. I didn't see the engage from Benjay set up Oroboy. Oh, Leandrin's the one taking this Herald for a spin? Oh, SKB's on this. Okay. Oh, SKB! So good. Oh my goodness. Liberty's winning this. SKB is actually cracked. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. 40 minutes game, throwing hands until Death Hammer's too long to be able to end the Nexus. No, I think this game goes 30 minutes. Because I think Tropa doesn't know what they're doing. So I think SKB is just going to end it. I mean, they get a 22 minutes Baron. So they accelerate the pace of the game, right? Surely, right? I'm not coping, right?
Essa luta pode ter sido decisiva, Colossus, porque decreta vantagem e muita vantagem para eles. Ele entregou no meio do time o Vavel, mesmo com a onda da Renata não foi o suficiente, aí a equipe da Liberty tá muito melhor estruturada.
Yeah, SKB was, man, how often do we see a Cassante make a team fight like that? Like, SKB literally ran to five people and was just like, I choose you, and drags them out. Like, that is the Cassante nightmare fuel that makes people ban it. Because literally, how do you stop that from happening? You can't. Right now, I feel like a lot of this is because Tropa is not making plays happen. You've got Talia, you've got Vi. You should be ones on the front foot looking for a pick on somebody. Find a pick and cut them off with Weaver's Wall. seismic shove to keep the rest of the team disengaged. There's so many things you can do. We see nothing from this Chopa comp. It's really weird. Whereas Liberty, like, okay, yes, the bot lane was really rough. Benjay and Vavo did a great job in a 2v2 situation. But Liberty's like, okay, but our bot lane can't function. That's fine. We play through the other lanes. The engine will still do damage. We just have to make sure the engine's not focused. Oh, 100%. I am not going to, like... Keena's been okay. I don't think Keena's done anything wrong. But SKB's been doing everything right. Like, SKB looks sexy. Liberty deserved to win this game. Like, I can see a world in which they still lose the game, but, like, it really shouldn't be the case. Like, somebody would have to throw on Liberty at this point, because I don't think Chopa's waking up anytime soon. Oh, okay. Chains of Corruption lands. And look what they can do. Okay. Maybe they can't quite. Oh, yeah, there we go. Look what they can do. Let's go. What's funny to me too was that in lane, Oro Boy didn't even have that big a gold lead. Like, SKP just came out of nowhere like a wrecking ball. He didn't even have that much gold. It's just Cassante things. It's because last time CBLOL came... Oh yeah, that's true. Dude, I don't even remember who they gave it to half the time. I've given up. Like, yeah. Like, I'll check it if I need to know, but that's why I check my own MVPs now. Because I don't understand their thinking, and I can't understand the Portuguese, so I don't understand the explanation. So, yeah. I got skill gapped by language.
E agora tá muito bem encaminhado o jogo para eles, tá? O Leandrique não tinha conseguido fazer o ouro, né? Depois daquela kill dos 800 de ouro que ele pegou, daqueles dois neutralizados que ele conseguiu pegar, eu sinto que agora o boneco dele tá batendo e tá machucando.
I wish it'd show us gold, because for all that Benjay kept Leandro down, or Benjay and Babo kept Leandro down, look at the items. Leandro's up an item now. Sheesh, they found Babo. This is why Draven is busted, no matter what. Like, as soon as Draven starts finding kills, he snowballs so quickly. I wonder if teams will still give Leandro and Draven, knowing that you can shut down Leandro in lane, and it doesn't matter. They still end up being ahead if anybody starts dying. Because to be fair to Leandro, I don't think they played the Draven poorly. Like, I thought they were pretty good with the Draven. It's just that it's really hard when people are playing conservative and safe. And this was the perfect angle to take it into Kalista. Okay, Avenger split push. And there's bounty gold. Nice, but what did they lose in exchange? Avenger has TP. I just don't think it matters if he TPs. Yeah, I think Avenger just tries to keep split pushing. Soweto just based. Like, Chopa's just not in position to handle this push right now. They're going to lose an inhibitor, at least. If people die here, it could be game. If they can find 2 picks, like 2 deaths or 2 kills, it's game. Okay. Okay, that's 1. They found Oro Boy. That's 2. That's game. Oh, they found 3 on Avenger coming in as well. Yep. G freaking G. Well played from Liberty this game. They made 1 mistake in the beginning, and that's it. Huge problem. Yeah, I've got a downgrade Chopa, and I am very disappointed and sad. Yeah, I'm more worried about not giving this Kazante to SKB again than Draven. That's fair, actually. What is SKB's win rate on this champion? Liberty. Is it 100%? Oh, he's actually only won once on it. Never mind. Well, to be fair, they've only won 2 games, so I agree. I think SKB on the Kazante looks absolutely disgusting in a great way. Like, he played that so well. I do not like the Liberty draft, though. I do not think this Draven Varus worked out well. I think there were better options you could have gone with. Yeah, it just feels like this team is not a team. This Chopa, yes. They are now the do not understand the assignment team. I'm sorry. I am not sorry, actually. Sorry. This team doesn't know how to play. It's really weird. The laning from them was not bad. They are laning okay. That's not the problem. Their map movements just get really weird after they come out of the phase. Like in the laning phase, it's literally just Soweto doing what Soweto wants, which is fine, which is good. But after that, they just like, yeah, just nothing. Who would I say performed best on this roster? You know, I'll get to Vavel. Vavel did okay this game. Oh, did I go to Benjay? Did Benjay do okay? I think Benjay did okay this game. The bot lane did okay, but everything else was kind of busted. What do you guys think, chat? AD carry or support? Who gets it for Tropa here? Or do you think it goes to Avenger? I kind of don't. They came from open qualifiers. I don't know if it was in the game, but I was just trying to outplay and scale. Yeah. So I did catch some of the games. I think I watched one of the Tropa games. And that's okay. That's fair that they just like outhands and outscale. I mean, Kaboom's doing it. But the problem is that with names like Avenger and Soweto on this roster, and even Tominias, like, or sorry, not Tominias, and Improved, pardon me, before that, like, I have seen these players play. They are better than this. They should know how League of Legends is played, but they are not doing it. And it's very frustrating to me to watch this. Like, it's really bad right now. Like, yeah. If you lose to a hand check, I can live with that. But when you are not even understanding how your composition operates, then we've got problems, right? And that's what I'm seeing a lot with this Tropa team right now. Is like this draft, we never saw the team fight, we never saw the pick. We never saw them group, we never saw them play like the Fog of War and stuff like that. It was just, they just keep running into Liberty. Or Liberty just engages on them because freaking SKB is a Giga Chad. Okay, this draft, I'm only going to give it a 3 because I don't really like the Varus Draven. Like, I thought it was okay, but laning was average. They screwed up the bot lane a little bit, so I'll give them 3-0-4 on that. The team fighting to me was a 4 because of SKB. If not, I don't think the team fighting was that good. Like, Kina struggled to get good shockwaves off, and Leveson was not helping, unfortunately. So, the X Factor, you guys get a... I'll give you a 4 for SKB, man. SKB just cracked. SKB is really stepping up huge. Love to see it. Okay, I have now seen ban. Oh wait, hold on, let me check the stats. Actually, Momoshi almost did as much damage as Leandrin. That is not okay. Like this Varus support, that's pretty disgusting. I'm sure a lot of it spoke, but still, it's pretty disgusting. Yeah, SKB MVP, 100%. Like we cannot give it to anyone else.
A gente tá falando dos carregadores do time com 20 mil de dano, mas e o Kissant Tank com 17 mil de dano?
O assassino. O MVP inclusive foi dele, tá? Sério? Inclusive foi dele porque eu sinto que foi nessa jogada que decidiu o jogo a real.
Hey, there we go. There we go. SKB did indeed get the MVP. Thank you, CBLOL. Yeah, this game in particular, literally, I put for SKB Giga Chat on Cassette. The Draven for the engine, I don't think needs to be banned. To be honest, I think it's okay. But not to say banned with it. I think you can play around it. We saw that. Okay, Dark Knight Link's story. In 2020, Flamengo changed to simplicity. They ran the brand. Structure was getting so bad they lacked bids. Had no power to use PCs. Players were all showering at a local gym, and monthly payments were already late. Yo, Spoots, have a good one. Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it, buddy. After a month before the finals, he won. No sense of winning money. He stole graphics cards from on the PC, just hid in the bathroom. Spoke with every single contestant, showed them where he hid it. Next day, he received a call that he was fired. He exposed it all on Twitter. Damn. Yo, that's crazy. Wait, and Flamengo. Oh my goodness. And people are still willing to. Okay, I'm actually surprised GE sold the roster to the Flamengo then. If Flamengo did this the last time, like that's kind of scary, no? Like these are kids.
Um campeão de verdade escolhe abraçar a diversidade.
E isso não tem preço.
Do zero ao pro. Toda lenda precisou começar. É que pra entrar nessa rota tem que bancar a paixão. Se é pra jogar, trampar ou curtir, o
I mean, okay, to be fair though, he probably shouldn't have removed the graphics card, right? Because the more you do that, you kind of give an opportunity for them to say that you're the one in the wrong. But still, like Flamengo, that's not okay, man. This is like some like super sus crap. That's crazy.
Meu nome é Igor, meu nick é Consec e eu tenho 19 anos. Meus 3 campeões favoritos são o Hanger, o Pyke e o Haka. 2 jogadores que eu tenho como inspiração é o Carry e o Barry. São 2 jogadores excelentes e já ganharam Mundial.
Oi, meu nome é Guilherme, meu nick no LoL é Emp, eu tenho 22 anos. Os meus campeões preferidos do LoL são Lucian, Israel.
Now there's a bit asterisk because it was Flamengo under Simplicity. Okay, so yeah, I guess that they're saying the lawsuit is against Simplicity. So now is Flamengo under Flamengo, like under different management then? Los 3 and 4 versus Furia 3 and 4. Ooh, nice. That should be a good matchup. And I have them pretty close in my personal rankings. Ooh, right, we've got new players coming in. That's gonna be fun.
Com os treinos e não, tipo, me sentir muito abaixo ou muito acima. Era o que eu esperava. E o nível realmente é maior. Os jogos no Academy são muito mais estratégicos do que no Tier 3.
Quando eu tava no T3, eu inclusive as pessoas que eram do meu time hoje em dia ou estão no CBLOL ou estão no Academy, a gente competia contra times do Academy e ganhava muitas vezes. Então,
I don't know who is replacing Fury Academy yet. It's probably on Twitter. I probably just missed the announcement. And then Los on the other hand. Oh, Jodam has his team with MT and Konseki. Oh, right, of course. Konseki's right on screen. Didn't click for a second. Yeah, Los to me has been kind of similar a little bit to Tropa. I think they understand the assignment a little bit better, but their hands are a little bit worse. So I still probably have them above Tropa as Tropa is sitting right now. I think I'm gonna drop. Where do I have Tropa here? Yeah, we dropped Tropa. We dropped like.
Meus amigos, vambora que bora pra esse último confronto da nossa segunda-feira de Academy Colosseums. Gostou dos meninos aí? Você tem os campeões favoritos? Ou
Sion, Singed e Brown. E o SKB.
Yeah. Might move them above those grinders as well. We'll see. I'm not super stoned. We've got Hakari and Vinichete?
Subiram pro CBLOL, o Chino e o Stinner, então a Fúria tem que mudar, por isso vem os dois, vem o Lolo também. O Lolo,
Man, I'm so bad at pronouncing names.
semana passada ele também fez
Vinichete.
Eu falei Lourenço.
Lolo Aikawa. Okay. So, a lot of changes to this Furier squad coming through.
De novo renovando. A Fúria Academy que geralmente não tem trazido muitos nomes aí, eu acho que é uma das organizações que mais revela talento da equipe da Fúria.
Tô contigo. Tá aí então o time da Fúria pra vocês acompanharem.
Yeah, Lolo had a good game. That's up against Avenger and against Chopa specifically. Again on the Oriana. Though I will say his team facilitated him really, really well. I don't know if that's going to be the case with Hakari and Vinichet coming in now. If they are not as new. If they're not as experienced, pardon me. Apparently, in charge of the administration of the esports Flamengo brand is Medellin. Can't find much about them. Okay. Well, I guess we'll see. I mean, innocent till proven guilty and all that. Like, yeah. Hopefully, they prove to be better owners or administrators of Flamengo. Because I feel like Flamengo is such a known like football club, right? Like, it's so... It's kind of bad and kind of sad to see like their brand get ruined by other people, you know. Into draft we go. Maokai, Kalista, Ashe, Solid, Rumble, Varus, Oriana. I do not. Though I do think it's a bit interesting that Lolo is the one banning out the Oriana when he had such a great game on it. But I think Nocturne Ori combo on everybody's mind. It does leave open the karma, which I do like that Los insta-pick the karma. Can be flexed. Yep. they got an interesting set of power picks. We get Smolder on the other side and Rel. Okay, I don't hate. Good. And then as you mentioned, Dark Knight, the fact that you get all three of these power picks. This bots out the map is going to be so incredibly strong. If you get like a Xin Zhao here, which of course you can't because it's man, but if you had the Xin Zhao here, like Los Grandes should like thing prior to 20 minutes, not even close. And we answer, why are we doing this again? Like, can somebody explain this to me? Why is Smolder Nautilus something that everybody's running? I really do not understand this. You know what? I hope Furia. Okay. I was gonna say, I hope Furia's bot lane gets their teeth kicked in by this Lucian middle, but that's kind of mean. I don't know. I just find it very frustrating. Like, what is this bot lane? Like, why this bot lane? What does Nautilus bring for Smolder? Into a Lucian middle, you're just gonna get abused. I don't understand. Okay, we run an Akali too. That's not a bridge. We have no bridge. Like, we actually have no bridge. Aatrox into Cassante. Well, we've already seen that Aatrox doesn't win this early. Like, you outscale, that's what you're looking for, or go in team fights. Los Grandes 20 minutes. I think Los Grandes have a really, really good comp. If they cannot end though, then they're gonna die because Smolder and Akali will outscale. So pressures on Los Grandes to perform. But yeah. London Bridge is falling down. Yep. I just don't understand this. Like, there must be a reason that this is happening, but I do not see the reason why we are pairing Smolder with Nautilus. And I just got to see the laning phase, because Empty Konseki is not a bad bot lane. They haven't like stunned me or wowed me necessarily, but they are also a competent bot lane who knows how to play the bot lane. So by all rights, this bot should just be bleeding out for Furia. Like, please make it so. I'm banking Furia, funneling all jungle resources into bot. So here's the problem. Even if you do that, this lane still shouldn't win, because Vi versus Rel early, Rel doesn't win. Like, it's a handshake at best. So if Lucian Milio is winning and it becomes a 3v3, your jungle isn't going to be able to salvage this bot lane, theoretically. And on top of that, Rel as a specific pick is actually hard into Milio for jungler or support. In fact, we see Milio as an answer to Rel as a support. Because what are you going to do? You run at Milio and he fire kicks you back. Anything. So then you're banking on Nautilus to land a hook so that we can kick off all the action. But that's going to be kind of hard, and theoretically work, because Nautilus should be poked out to hell and back. Anytime Nautilus steps up, Lucian just pokes the Nautilus. That's how this lane's supposed to. Yeah, 100%. Like, you do this, I feel like if you think you can pull off the Smolder in a lane like this, into like this, it's because you think you're the better players. Like, you think you can outhand your opponent. But all things being equal, I just don't understand how this lane is supposed to operate into that. I don't know. Like I said, maybe I'm missing something, you know? So sometimes I don't have all the information and the facts. Like, Camille support, you know, I've had it explained to me now, but I would not have thought that it had that much damage. At least when I've seen it, it's never had that much damage. But apparently Camille support can like 1v2 the lane. Technically, especially once you pick up Blitzsong. But,
Mas tudo isso são conjecturas, a gente só vai saber mesmo na hora que o jogo começar e eles puderem performar, aquele iniciozinho deve dar aquele nervoso. Então é um momento que a gente fica de olho para ver como é que o time da Fúria vai performar, principalmente nesse início, primeiros 10 minutos ali.
Also, Orbital, why are you all spamming up the NECC group chat with cat pictures? Is there anything important in there? Because I see like a lot of messages and I'm kind of lazy to dig through if it's just cat memes. That's not me, that's Okay, that's fair. I just saw your comment at the end saying all the cats. And I was like, do I need to read through all these messages? Oh yeah, Spectate's still down, isn't it? Huh. Forgot about that. Okay, you know what? I wouldn't be too upset if that was the case, that we don't have games to cast this Wednesday, because then I could actually rest, so I would not hate that. I still have errands I need to run on Wednesday as well anyways, so... Yo, Millenite. Yes, I am, buddy. We are at the last game, Los Grandes versus Furia. Actually, you didn't see the draft. So, explain to me, because we've seen this, like, I think 4 times today now. Smolder Nautilus, why are we seeing this bot lane? Like, especially into freaking Milio Lucian. Like, what is the logic here? Like, what is this? There are no games you'll probably stream on Wednesday? Hell yeah. I'll probably drop by. Chill, because I don't think I have anything like lined up to do that I know of. Actually, I would like if Adam would let us know, because maybe I might end up doing a podcast on Wednesday. I don't know, man. But if I'm nothing to do, I'll drop by and chill. You're gonna eat something? Yeah, have a good one, Dark Knight. Today's running a bit longer than usual. Thanks for dropping by. Always appreciate you just sitting by and chatting. More so it's an excuse that you have to just play video games. That's actually true. I hardly play any games anymore. I find like I don't have time as much right now. And I like watching it, but I don't like playing it right now. Solo queue is just a whole different beast, man. And I do not have the hands to play it. Oh, for sure. Okay, good to know, because apparently Spoots was saying earlier that my mic keeps cutting out, and it was cutting out for like long sections, and I can't see it. So, yeah, good to know that the freezing's not on my end. Oh, my mic still does that. That's so weird. It has to be an OBS thing, because at least on my VODs, it never cuts out in my casting pods. So, the draft thingy. Yeah, you know what? I'm down to do. This is going for so long. I'm down to do a draft thing. Yo, actually, Orbital, are you free tonight, today? Or are you busy? Okay. Okay. Because I don't know if you saw like what Millenite, me, and Spoods were doing the other night, but we were doing some drafting, just like league drafting. So like we just draft against each other for fun. And I was wondering if you wanted to join in on that. Yeah. If you do, I was thinking like if my stream's not working too well for a Millenite, we can do that in like a Discord. Like just doing the CBLOL English community Discord. Like, and we can chat in there too. No, it's just for fun, man. Like, and then the way we kind of work is we just draft and then we discuss like who won the draft, sort of thing. So something's really wrong here. Okay. Oh dear. Yeah, okay. First of all, we would not be drafting Zed or Talon because it'd be mostly meta stuff. Like, but yeah, it's just like a interesting exercise for color casters, especially like just to understand draft. But I think it would benefit just casters or just people in general, just to understand like how drafting works and why certain things happen, and also just yeah. If you're ever free, yeah. Just thinking like after this, because this is the last game of the day. Once it's done, I've got a bit of time, so we can kind of just like chill a little bit, and do that sort of thing. Yeah, I used to do that a lot back in like 2020, 2021, but yeah, no, you're too crazy, man. Other streams are fine. It's just my stream for you, Millenite. I kind of don't want to like end my stream and restart it again right now if nobody else is having problems. Why don't we do this? Millenite, I'll message you. Actually, I don't remember your Discord. I know you have a different name on Discord. Message me and I'll message you when the stream is done, and then we can like hop into the CBLOL English community Discord and we can just do it in there. That way, like we won't have the stream issues. Actually, you. Hold on, I need to type that out. Damn it.
Jogadores vão disputando pixel a pixel, minion a minion agora cada lane, tirando o Zente, que resolveu devolver a pancada que ele levou inicialmente. Toma aí, ó, consegue, se liga.
Mas tomou de volta também, né?
Aí é só detalhe,
consegue não tá sozinho na lane, pô.
Só um detalhe, o Zente esqueceu de combinar com a Kawa que era pra bater junto.
Não, a Kawa bateu tudo que o Smolder consegue bater no começo do jogo.
Okay. Did I miss anything in the game so far? Let me just check states. Nobody fought. It looks like junglers are starting on the same side of the map. As expected. As 100% expected, Aikawa and Yuzint are getting just bullied, abused in the bot lane. And now Vinicete? Oh, okay, that's actually a huge hook on the turret. And it does not matter. Because Milio. Also because Smolder does nothing. Vinicete? Rel has to come down bot, and they know it. So Randall's already moving here. Because they know this is a fight that has to happen. Vinicete can't even... Oh? Vinicete? Did you get it? Oh no. Okay, no, it's fine. I want to see who got the camp. Because they're sitting on top of each other. I didn't see who got the gold. Yeah. Yeah, mid lane, Lolo's getting kind of poked a little bit there too. It's 9 player. Okay. Yeah, Vinicete is... Oh, that is greed. That is the literal personification of greed. Like, that is illegal. Just leave. Like, just get out of it. You already pushed off once. What did you think was going to happen? Yuzint and Aikawa are just barely trying to get farm right now. Man. Okay. I think Vinicete actually got the Gromp at least. So, that at least was worth with that smite. Yeah, names are hard. They said Vinicete, I think. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just butchered some of the names. My pronunciation, like, I don't know Portuguese at all. So, like, somebody I've been calling Zino the entire time. Turns out it's Shino. So, apologies if I abuse people's name and I get it wrong. Please do let me know. And I will try my best to correct myself going forward. Okay. Yeah, names are hard. You know, bro. That's why sometimes I check names with prior to the cast. If not, we butcher them. Okay, Lolo has successfully burnt through all of Tavares' mana. That's actually pretty significant. Once the mana is done... Actually, Lolo is up CS. This is actually incredible. Great job, Lolo. That's really, really good. Normally, as the Akali would be poked out, pretty hard. It's pretty hard to find any sort of avenue into the game in the early laning phase. And that's fine. You're just waiting for, 6 and first item. Now, there's some poke. I don't know if it's enough to really punish a Karma, really, but at least, if a gank comes by, maybe you can do something. Big asterisk on that, but... Yeah. Bot side continues to be dominated by Los Grandes. I come up flaps and has to flap out. Okay, we're getting a lot of people here. Ah, Vinicete went in. Okay. Okay, let's go, Lolo! Oh my goodness, Lolo just saved that fight. Holy crap. That's actually really, really, really good for Furia. I believe both kills also went over to Lolo, who's the Akali, who's the assassin who's going to carry this thing. So, a couple of things to note with how this fight breaks out. First of all, Furia's bot lane, Empty and Koseki, are not that far ahead in terms of CS because they've opted for map pressure instead. Now, Empty is still on the bot lane. That's seizure inducing. Empty's still in the bot lane, so they're not. So Konseki eats like a ton of damage. And that's actually okay, right? You're seeing that Konseki fire kicks back, buys space, and you see the amount of damage Karma puts out. They would win this if for the fact that Lolo manages to just dive in and kill Konseki. So they have a numbers advantage. Like right here, Lolo dives in, gets the kill, perfect, fog, shroud, and plays out from there. If not, Furia lose this horrifically. And that shouldn't happen. Like, I don't know how many... Yeah. That's Lolo just being really, really good. Props to them. I am impressed.
Não respeitaram também esse potencial. O Zente foi brilhante aí nessa criação de jogada e a Fúria foi muito fortuita na jogada, porque conseguiu os 2 abates, conseguiu mais esse dragão, responde e resolve também a situação do Aikawa lá na parte inferior. Claro, não vai parar de tomar pressão por causa.
Okay, from here, things get complicated because Los Grandes have a great early game, but when it comes to mid to late, things will get kind of sussy for them, especially, you know, once Smolder kind of hits 225 and once Akali starts to come online, because they have a tank, but Jota and Mez probably won't be joining the team till Hakari, till later in the game. So if Lolo can accelerate the game and get themselves ahead, then Los Grandes' bot side suddenly gets completely stifled. Kind of wish at least one kill had gone to Aikawa, because now MT has an even larger advantage over the Smolder. Kind of true. Oh, great catch. Great catch. You're trying to give it to Aikawa. There we go. There you go, bro. They answered your wish. No, you're right. MT has an even bigger advantage. But here's the thing, is that to a certain degree, the size of the advantage is... Like, the relative size of the advantage is less relevant because basically the Milio Lucian... I mean, they could dive, and you could use the culling to kill Milio. Or, not Milio, sorry, Smolder. You could do that, but having, like, 20 more AD versus having 40 more AD doesn't make that much difference for the Smolder. The Smolder is just not going to be able to play that lane and just has to, like, farm whatever they can pick up either way. So it's definitely not great, but also it doesn't really change the fundamental way that lane's going to play out for Smolder, even if you get that extra kill. It's like a longsword, yeah. Slightly less than a longsword, because it's not first blood, but yeah. No. You're right. You are trying to accelerate. It's just that Smolder is one of those weird champs where it's less about the items and more about sort of the amount of stacks that he has. The items will be secondary because usually by the time he gets 225, he's already on 2 items anyhow. He's usually 225, 2 items and a component, usually, somewhere around there, depending on how well you can farm up the stacks. Yeah, so, but before that, your laning is just going to be rough no matter what. Los Grandes, they're trying to accelerate this game. I appreciate what they're trying to do, but they are currently not succeeding in it. And I think that it's partially, like, the Lucian Milio needs to sit in lane. They need to stop roaming out to get vision prio. But you need to be applying pressure consistently onto this Smolder. If not, Smolder is farming, and then the pick is not as good. Also, Randall is trying to make aggressive plays and can't quite find the opportunity to do so. That's on Furia. Furia is playing very well in the laning phase, and Lolo especially has made, because normally you kind of bounce between bot and mid and try and get kills there, and you'd also get prio and dragon. But because Lolo is now ahead, it means that you're really just camping bot lane, and if Aikawa and Uzin know that, they just play it safe, and that's fine. And then trying to gank Lolo is just really, really hard now. Yeah, so just really, really unfortunate. Okay. Okay. So notice that Lolo didn't even really take damage in that lane till Randall showed up and actually forced that play. Granted, Tavares just came back to lane as well. But if you want to kill the Akali, basically Karma needs to land the poke first, get a kind of low on health, and then that's when you kind of go in. If they're at full health, there's just no kill threat. And then Lolo just backs away and resets, basically. And that's why we're seeing this stall out for Dragon. Because normally with Lucian Milio, this Dragon should be free for Los Grandes. Even then at half, you still say, yeah, potentially. Because basically the way it kind of works is you use the Karma tether and then open up with the Vi ult as well to try and catch her, and the CC chain. Basically, you need to burst her within the duration of that CC chain. Oh, Lolo's here. Okay, we went deep. Oh, huge from Randall. That's actually huge. They can win this right now. Empty just runs this. Yeah, you see the absolute lack of damage without Lolo. Yeah, Empty just runs this. That's so huge. Oh, and that slows enough the tether. Oh, good flash from Mutant. Yeah. I understand. It looks really dangerous for Los Grandes, but they just have no damage. The moment Lolo's down, this fight's over. So, well played on Randall with that turnaround. Randall just baits them all in, but the moment Lolo showed up, you can see the call was just, okay, see Akali, kill Akali. And that those heals kept Randall alive for so long, Lolo ends up having to re-engage, and the Shroud wears out, which is why we see Lolo goes down. This literally has no damage. So that's why I'm looking at Empty and just going, it's done. Lolo's dead. Empty runs this. Healing would have come in from the runes. I don't know. I think it's just from Milio mostly. I actually don't know. I don't know what runes Empty is running here, so I'm not 100% sure. But even then, I'd just say that Milio healing is probably enough by itself. Oh wow, Furia still gets the dragon after all of that. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm actually quite surprised that Los is... It's kind of going this way. If Akali had gotten killed... Oh, yes. Yeah. It's the Triumph and stuff like that, yeah. Yes. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why you have to kind of shut down the Akali. The bulk of it early game for me, though, is just straight how much damage she can do with the execute. And surprisingly, like her Q being so spammable with 5-point strike, she can continue running that. And that's why she has to be shut down immediately. Of course, that all changes once again when Aikawa comes online or when Hakari gets unlocked from lane. But at least for now, that's just how it is. Oh dear. Rando didn't manage to get the last one in time. That's very, very unfortunate. And that also means that Furia continued to get leads. Because for me, if you don't get at least 5 Void Grubs, I don't think it's worth it. If you can't get 5 Eddies, it's kind of like meh. Yeah. Like, meh. And for me, Herald too, I take a turret over Herald any day of the week. Because a turret's a turret. A Herald's a potential for a turret. You get some map pressure with the Herald as well, but I have to see it used before I would give it the value. Yeah, they just literally ran out of time. And that's why they just switched right to the Herald instead. Ooh, I actually like this from Tavares. We don't see this a lot in Academy, but this is something we see a lot in NACL, or like North America Tier 2, where sometimes players won't show for various reasons. Either they're trying to check the map to make sure it's safe for them to actually come out, or they're trying to apply pressure somewhere else on the map. A lot of times, like in CBLOL Academy, players are just moving. And that's okay. That's not like optimal use a lot of times. Nice. Turret goes down, okay. Los Grandes have gotten that turret. They can get a second charge off. Hey, there we go. Oh, we're getting double TP in the back. Oh, one in front, actually. Yeah. Oh, Lolo survives. That's so big. Really good collapse from Furia. This is one of the better games we've seen from them, actually. Yeah. Okay, peace out, Orbital. Yeah, have fun. And good luck on your broadcast later. Yeah, this game has turned out more interesting than I expected, considering how the drops went. Because I thought Los got an absolutely disgusting draft. Rate? I did not. Okay, I'll do it.
Bem nessa fight, mas não resolve o jogo ainda não. Perderam a torre, inclusive, do meio, né, Costream? Perderam a torre do meio e tomaram muito.
Okay, 114 stacks right now for Aikawa. So, probably going to be a later 225. I'm expecting somewhere around like 23 minutes. Probably like half the time it took him to get here. So yeah, 23, 24 minutes probably.
A equipe da Fúria tá tranquila em relação ao tempo. A equipe da Los tem pouquinho mais de preocupação com esse mid-game. Aqui é que eles têm que desgarrar. E quem tá na frente é a Fúria.
Tá na hora do time da Lois botar a composição deles pra rodar e
Yeah.
fazer aquele trabalho com o Lucian que a gente vinha comentando. Não é tão simples.
In the meantime, Lolo is still becoming a huge problem. 3-1-0. We saw Hikari in that fight too, by the way. Like, that's what I'm talking about. That once Hikari starts to join the fights, the fights change a lot. It's not just Lolo who has to pop off. Lolo's role kind of changes to, like, threatening the backline, and Los Grandes have to split focus between these two threats. A lot harder. Mom across to just clear the wave again. Los able to take that. That's good. They've opened up the map. Hopefully this is what they needed, because the laning phase did not go the way they wanted, and I think now they have to find picks for this composition. I don't think the 5v5 fights really favor them too much. They don't have enough AoE, enough like consistent damage across multiple targets. And this is actually a very low damage composition, which is why I was saying like they have to win early or bust.
Não foi grande coisa na parte inferior, mas aqui na parte de cima deu uma encaminhada legal, metade da vida. Aqui a Fúria, eu sinto que eles estão jogando esse jogo.
I'm just thinking, because those Grandes are the ones who have to accelerate the pace of the game, like where do you even pressure? The wave clear from Furia is not the strongest right now, but if you group up as 5 and get caught, you die for Los Grandes. So you kind of need to play split lanes, but if you play split lanes, they don't have the best siege either. And Furia are not the ones on the timer. Furia are chill. Like, the longer it goes, the better for them. Okay. Oh no! Empty missed the culling! Oh, Empty. No, Empty went too deep. Here we go. The timer's ticked. Yeah. Like, I completely understand where Los Grandes was coming from for that fight. Like, you burnt so much to catch this Akali. You just... It became a sunk cost fallacy. You burnt so much. You had to get it. The moment Empty gets caught, that's, like, most of your damage on this comp. And the sick part is, as bad as... Now, this genuinely was a good composition. Like, this was actually not a bad comp. Like, I would have given this a 4. It just did not get executed properly. It's very, very unfortunate. Yeah, they just did not bot lane properly to be able to kind of pop off on it.
E olha só, vou ressaltar uma parada que a gente já tá falando. Não tinha visão da luz. Perfeito. O trabalho de visão da Fúria tá muito bom. De tanto botar a sentinela quanto retirar a sentinela. A equipe da Los deu um passo, o Empty foi mais agressivo do que a visão dele permitia que ele de fato poderia ser.
Foi com muita sede ao pote, o Empty acabou dando de cara com o time da
Okay. Yeah. Now again for Furia, this game might go a bit longer just because Furia aren't desperate to try and end it. So they're playing very late back. Normally I would criticize that, but if this is and this is what your comp wants to do, then if you're just looking to scale and wait for this comp to die out on its own, that's a valid strategy. I don't particularly enjoy it as a viewer, but it is... Both these teams are tied in 3 and 4, and wins are important. If you're like very high up and you want to try and accelerate the pace, that's fine. That's why as much as I make fun of Kaboom, and I'm shocked at how Kaboom plays sometimes, like, they can't afford to. They're okay. I have no doubt they'll still be a top 3 team at the end of the day. It's not like my concern with like Red Canids or even Kaboom, like in CBLOL, where they can drop out of top 3. Or in Red's case, they could drop out of top 6 if they keep ticking around. Like, they don't have the leeway. Whereas like when Pain loses, I'm frustrated, I'm sad, but I'm not like, you know, worried that Pain are in a top 3 team. Okay, that was a blue buff taken for the entire team. Void blue. Baron's up. I want to see the stacks on Naikawa again, because should be getting close to that 225 stack. Worth noting, Navori Quick Blade build instead of the Shoujin's build for Aikawa. So not quite as tanky this game. Though, I think that's actually a very interesting sort of decision to make coming through from Aikawa. Now, what I mean by that specifically is that you have a lot of threats, right? You've got Lolo, you've got Hakari, you've got Aikawa. And to be honest, even if one of them dies, the other two could probably carry the fight anyways. So by running the very quick blades, you're forcing Los to make a really tough choice. So far, we've seen them try and burn everything onto Lolo, but now you have to burn things onto Aikawa, and Aikawa is actually killable. So I kind of like this because now you got to split your damage, and if you do it wrong, if you do it right, one still survives, and you've got nothing left in the tank to take them down, because you only have the one damage threat of MT, who is not ahead of the curve, has actually fallen behind in terms of CS right now. Unfortunately, I still don't think Fury are strong enough right now to actually do Baron. They don't have like a ton of consistent like percent health damage. So like they've got damage, but yeah. Okay, hover the stacks for Aikawa, please. No, we went down to the bot side. Yeah, Los are absolutely stymied right now. They had such a good push mid, but it's literally it's with the use of Herald. Without Herald, their push is struggling. Okay, they went on a tank. Look at Lolo's positioning into the back. Really well played. Yeah. Okay, they're cutting back really well. But still, Aikawa's still there. Oh. Oh, man. If there was an execute, this fight would be over by now. They're all so low. Oh, my goodness. That's not bad for Los Grandes. But that's also not good. And I need to highlight this. This is not good for Los Grandes. Like, the fact that Los Grandes come out 1-2, like, they won, right? Like, or I guess 2-1, because they got 2 kills. Los Grandes won. But it's not a comprehensive win, and Aikawa didn't hit 225. If Aikawa hit 225, they'd be... So that is a problematic fight. Lolo did not burn flash. Aikawa did not burn flash. MT didn't burn flash, but really, these two having flash is much more problematic, because this flash will counter MT's flash, basically. Fighting for Dragon, let's go. Oh, crap. Konseki got caught. Konseki is dead. Oh, yeah, it's a wipe. It's a wipe. Los were not fully in position. They were trying to sneak and just rush it down. They're going to do Baron. I don't think Los is going to contest, so I'm going to talk about this fight instead. Like, if you look how this fight is up, Randall, Tavares, and Empty are trying to sneak this Baron. And Konseki. They're trying to really in position to fight. Jota Mez is not. So the fight kicks off 5v4. Or 4v4, pardon me, because Aikawa is not there. But critically, the one who's missing is your big tank, Jota Mez. And the reason why I'm not considering Randall a tank here is because Randall can't leave the pit. Right? If the fight moves out, which it happens with Konseki, Randall cannot leave. If they lose the Los is in a really, really tough position. And then by the time it comes back in, it's a 5v4. Like, Los Grandes were not really looking for a fight here. They were just trying to take it and leave. Okay, they just replayed that. Nobody died. Baron's on to Furia now. Just skipping around a bit. It's worth noting, we said Los Grandes had problems pushing. Furia had problems pushing up into a grouped up Los Grandes as well. Karma waves clears very efficiently. Lucian can also wave clear pretty decently, though at a shorter range. So mid stayed up because Furia weren't willing to hard commit. The side lanes went down because of the pressure that was being put down. But now with Baron, they can just push straight down mid. You have to be careful. There's a lot of very nice teleport wards behind them right now, where Jota Mez could look for a flash. Oh, Jota, never mind. What am I saying? Jota Mez doesn't have teleport. If he has teleport, that's really dangerous. It should come up before the Baron power play is over, but it's not up now. And I don't know if Fury is aware of the timers. I'd assume they are. I wasn't.
movimentação agora pra parte inferior. Chegou o Lolo. E aí agora a torre provavelmente vai pro chão. Ou aqui ou lá na parte central. A equipe da Lousa agora tem que se defender. Defende bot, defende mid. Defende bot, defende mid. Tem que tomar a decisão.
É a dança da morte. O Zen já vai dar
Yuzen just walks in, denies the back.
o jogo inteiro. O Nautilus por enquanto vai levando a melhor, não deixando essa vai fazer o jogo. Caiu a torre lá do meio.
That didn't have the back actually guarantees the inner turret. It was guaranteed anyways. The call was made, and that's why Randall was backing. But
Chegar já já. É mais uma onda de minions aí que ele
Yeah.
calibre legal. 225. Foi. Tá lá. Tá de boa. Agora o Aikawa tem a sua passiva ativa.
well played from them. That's turret down the bot side, turret down the mid lane. They're taking all the inners, and they just rotate to the top side because why not? It's a ton of gold. Actually, not as much gold as I thought. I thought we'd be over 5,000 power play by now, but still, it's a big influx of gold. And compositionally, Los Grandes, their comp spike is over and done with by now. Yeah, this comp suffered from a lack of damage, unfortunately, and I would still rate it high just because of the strength they had. But oh, what the? Sorry, don't know why. Really just like connection issues, I guess. That seems to be the plague of today's stream. Connection issues.
Muita coisa. Nesse ponto eles estão 7.000 praticamente para poder ter vantagem, sem contar a alma e a composição que tem o time da Fúria. A gente vinha
Yeah, but I was saying, Los Grandes' comp suffers from damage, lack of damage. If they could take over early, that's fine. But if, like I said, if the game, they should have had everything pre 20 minutes. They didn't. And now that we are past 20 minutes, they don't have a lead. They're falling behind against the Mountain Soul. Yeah, it's just hard to play. And again, I don't think they did anything like terrible in draft. The execution wasn't bad either. We saw the early pressure empty and consecutive put down. But I guess this is why a lot of, tier 2 or below, whether it be in Brazil or North America, it feels like skilling comps are the best comps because it's very rare that a team can end the game before the skilling comp starts to come online. And we're seeing that happen right here.
Provavelmente vai ser, Gruntar. A equipe da Fúria tá muito tranquila nessa partida. A Los precisa acertar várias brigas boas em sequência para tirar essa vitória da Fúria. Tá muito bem encaminhado.
Lolo didn't hit he didn't hit the cannon creep. The cannon minion, siege minion. English, very good. Yeah, they're so down because of Baron. Smolder is kind of short range for 80 carry, so it's hard for him to step up and actually hit the turret. Without the Baron to help them siege, it's a little bit rough. So I think they're just waiting for Elder in a minute or Baron in minute 30. Either's fine. Both would be better. And Los Grandes can't really contest. Oh, rest in pieces, Randall. I mean, I'm going to be honest, that death kind of doesn't matter. Randall will be up in time to actually contest if they want to, if that's what they're looking to do. Elder Dragon's a quite difficult one to take down. So it's not that big. And you can see Fear still can't push up, even after all said and done. Yeah, they're in this vision war. They're getting quite a bit of gold from all the wards that keep getting dropped. Lolo can't do anything to Jonah Bez.
Só estão esperando o ancião e aí a equipe da Los vai ter que vir brigar e vai ter que vir brigar com a menos.
E tem ainda o Lolo ali, ó.
Okay. Interestingly, Fura did not drop a ward there. Oh, they don't. Oh, and Lolo just dived the backline. Eats the entirety of the culling. It does not even matter. Yep, right back into the team. And that's the game. Oh. Oh my goodness. Okay, maybe it's not the game actually. Okay, no, they had TPs. I was like, they based. That means they can't end. But no, they're just coming back before health. This was a game that was decided in draft, but executed on the Rift. What I mean by that is, this should have gone the other way. Execute that it did not happen that way. So Fierce Draft is, it's okay. I'm not a huge fan of it, but the laning was on point for them. Like they were able to find leads in the places they shouldn't have been able to find. The map movements were solid. I'll give it a 4. I think it was very solid. They did exactly everything they needed to do to win. So huge props to them. The team fight factor was good. They were very, very strong. X factor was solid. I'll give you a 4. Because I think Lolo was really sexy. And Hakari, okay, Vinicius kind of trolled early. Which is why I didn't give a 5 for map movements, because the first couple fights, like, you just should not have been down bot lane trying to fight that 3v3. Your 2v2 cannot handle that whatsoever. After that, everything was pretty good from them. They played really safe. Lolo 100% MVP for me with how that game went. And Furia, they're rookies. Continue to succeed. Continue to do well. Their scouting staff is doing really, really well. Love to see it. Oh, I should add notes to the players that came in, huh? So, Hakari was solid, uninspired. Actually, should I say that? I did like Hakari's TP timings. It's a lot down to communication, but still, I think it's worth noting. Vinicius is it's a little bit hit or miss to me still, so I need more tape. But not bad by any means. Lolo's good. Just straight good. Like, winning the lane against Karma, to me, is kind of nutty. And Lolo was what really, really blew this game open, because it alleviated so much pressure from Aikawa and Yuzen. That bot lane should not have been playable, but it was, because Lolo just kept showing every time they wanted to, try actually getting aggressive. I need to change this note here, because overall I think the team does really well.
O Hakari passou meio debaixo do radar, porque estava naquele confronto lá de top lane, né? Mas fez o dele, não entregou, não comprometeu, e o Vinicius foi muito bem também com esses engages.
Sim. A equipe da Fúria jogou redondinha, cara. O Lolo chamando a atenção, a gente tinha falado que...
I will say though, I suspect, and I can't tell, because in this game, Lolo just popped off. They played very well around Lolo, but I suspect that when they're playing from behind, or they don't have as clear a player to play to as a win con, they might not look quite this good. So we'll see. I mean, obviously it didn't happen today, so I won't add a note based on something that didn't happen.
Tá aí o início da diferença de ouro, dá pra ver o quão equilibrado tava.
Oh yeah.
Começou meio pra longe, depois foi pra
Yeah, I just kind of fell off the face of a cliff there. One on every lane. That's good for them. Really good. You love to see it. Los's draft, I think, was good. Like, you get all that, it's kind of crazy. But I have to give you a 1 for laning. When you lose your 2 winning lanes, that is not okay. The map movements were fine. Like, I don't think anything was wrong with the map movements. And the team fights were fine. But when... No, you get a 0 for X Factor this game. Do you get 0? Randall? Yeah. I don't see Randall get to pop off. Yeah, I don't know who I give MVP to when... Like, I don't know who looked good, frankly. It didn't look good in general. I'm going to be honest, I'm struggling to try and figure out where things went wrong. Look at the Yuzen. Okay, you know what? Yuzen had a couple of good plays. I'll give you that. I still think it's Lolo. Like, I think Yuzen had some really great engages, flashing in and whatnot. The hooks were solid. But to me, Lolo was someone who... And because of that, I can't give it to Tavares. I can't give it to Empty and Konseki when they lost the lane at the end of the day, because they kept roaming out. Randall kept pulling them, so that's not good. So I give it to Joda Amez just because I don't have any other alternatives. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest, not super happy with their performance, but I'm sure they're aware of that, right? And they need to look into it. And granted, and I want to say this too, like, the early game was not good. but the mid to late was good, and that has been the issue from the get-go. You know, like we already said, the mid to late has always looked good, but they always been from behind. And with a comp like that, that is just not something that you can do, right? If you have an early game comp that needs to pop off early, then you need to pop off early. If not, it just doesn't work. And yeah, it just literally isn't playable. That's it. That's it for today's stream. This is week 4, day 1. We are back tomorrow for more look at what games we've got tomorrow. We've got INTZ versus Kaboom. Ooh, that's going to look like today, I suspect. Might even be faster because Kaboom's an early game team. Pain versus Tropa. K-Stars versus Los. Fura versus Loud. Mango versus Fluxu. Liberty versus Red. Okay, so for me at least, the second half of the day is the more stacked or more interesting half. The first half might be a bit more one-sided. So we'll see. But either way, that's it for me for now. The Knight's chasing me on the side to go draft with him. So peace out all of y'all and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.